It was beautiful. Ben Crump was our keynote speaker. It was awesome. And so what we have is, I say we, but yes, I'm in the fan. A dual chapter, it's undergrad, grad chapter type. So you don't have to find a new grad chapter wherever you go. So we got type north, south, east, and west. So this is like a pilot program to see how that works out.
We can start. She get here when she get here.
Yeah.
We're live.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the special call meeting for the City of South Fulton, beginning at 3:30 this afternoon. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. This is the roll call for the special call meeting, May 9th. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
Your Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. Your Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
Your Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Present. Your Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid is not present yet. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we do have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you could please call the first item on the agenda.
First item on tonight's special call meeting agenda is item number 1, request council approval of a billing and collection agreement for sanitation services between the city and Fulton County and its tax commissioner. City manager.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Can you use the microphone?
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I totally blame the Public Works Director. But I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about the solid waste program. If it please, Mayor Pro Tem, could I have a few minutes?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And so today marks my first week as your interim city manager, and I'm getting up to speed and with programs and services. And the new solid waste program is, of course, high on my list of priorities. And let me say, those of you who came out to the meeting, those who have called and emailed, I have heard you. And I understand this is a big change for many residents, and change is not always easy. And I want to assure you that we are all working hard to make sure the launch of the new sanitation program goes smoothly, and we appreciate your patience and cooperation. But I also thought it was important to get on the record that there are certain requirements under Georgia law that govern the services provided by a city, or to be considered a city. And at least 3 basic services are required. Police services, we check the box. Fire services, check. Water, we don't provide that. Sewer, we don't provide that. Libraries, we don't provide that, which leaves solid waste that we will now provide. A third item, a third service is required in order for us to retain our status as a city, and also to be able to collect the local option sales tax, which is our second largest source of revenue. It's also important to understand that the city controls the new solid waste service. Before, under a free market system, companies acted independently, worked under their own rules, through their own processes. Under our new sanitation services, Waste Pro works for us. It's that simple. This allows us to hold the company accountable for providing a good and solid collection service and customer service. And so as we near the transition, there are a few benefits the new service will provide to keep in mind. Over the years, the city has received many complaints about mixed pickups and billing issues and increased prices. And what this will allow is for us to hold the provider accountable and also to manage the costs to you, our constituents. There's efficiency. This partner will allow us to work with one provider instead of all of you having to work with multiple providers. One billing system through our tax commissioner who provides, this is not new, it's new to us, but the tax commissioner provides billing services for waste for the city of Atlanta, city of Sandy Springs, and others. While we can't make promises to you of what will happen if you don't make your payments, there is no history of our tax commissioner going after people's homes because sanitation services have not been paid for. That's what our records reflect. In addition to your regular weekly pickup, the included cost of $233 annually will include bulky waste pickup for you. That includes boxes and cartons and things that sometimes fill up your current trash bin. There have been many questions about the backdoor service. The reason we are asking for the forms is to make sure that no one's service gets missed. Right now, we're going to be depending on information coming to us from your existing provider. If they fail to provide it, we won't know that you need the service, which is why we're asking for the forms to be completed, to make sure you're not excluded. We've simplified the form significantly. We've put it on our website, and there'll be two categories: over 65 who need assistance and those who are disabled that need assistance. We're not asking you to get a doctor's note or attestation. We're not asking you to get a notary. We're just asking you to provide the form to us in good faith. And also, no one will get cut off because we don't get a form. We just want to make sure that everybody is included. Last couple of points on the billing. It's 12 months, starts June, the service starts June 1st. The billing will take place 30 days later, July 1st, not due until the very end of August. So June, July, August the service will be provided, and you still won't be required to actually pay us. This means you'll have a few months to kind of get ready. The council is also considering payment assistance for those who need a plan because they're used to paying quarterly or monthly, and that will be considered on this agenda. Rest assured, we understand it's your program. We are here to help you and not to hurt you. And I've asked my staff to be gentle with you, and I'm asking you to be patient with us. So thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mayor Pro Tem, and with that, I yield.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve billing collection agreement for sanitation services between Fulton County Tax Commissioner and the city of South Fulton.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I do have discussion.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, City Manager, for giving a thorough presentation. I just want to clear a few things up, and I appreciate all of the calls from residents that I've received. since the last town hall meeting. And I worship, play, and work here, so I was able to see a lot of my residents at the church that I attend that is here in the city of South Fulton and in my district. And did not get one negative phone call, did not get one negative email, did not get one negative comment about this. But I did hear confusion that some have put out about this program. And I want to make sure that residents know that the 1993 times 12 equates to $233. So no, residents are not being billed the $19 a month on top of the $233 annually. The $233 is a bill that goes out in July, and once it's paid in 60 days, you will not be billed again until next year. I have also done some research, and our sanitation program is quite cheaper than many other cities that surround us. The average sanitation bill that is also billed annually by the tax commissioner to the residents of City of Atlanta, the average tax bill is about $500 annually. And the trash cost is a higher monthly rate. As you stated, my records also reflect, plus research reflect, and if I am wrong, send me the documents, because I am big on documentation. The tax commissioner has not foreclosed or taken anyone's home for a lack of paying sanitation bills. This has never been done. Now, the tax commissioner has foreclosed on homes of individuals who don't pay their property tax, but it has not been a foreclosure due to sanitation. I also would like to the record reflect, due to my research, what I also found is that residents here in the city of South Fulton that are 65 or above, most of them are not paying, well, they are paying minimum to zero property taxes. And here is why. Because of section 6.33 in our charter, we here in the city of South Fulton allow for homestead exemptions. And we allow for most residents who qualify over the age of 65 to have the regular homestead exemption, and which is the general exemption. We have senior exemptions for those who are 65, for those who are 65 meeting certain income requirements, and for those who are 70 and disabled persons meeting certain income requirements. So due to the general homestead exemption and several senior exemptions that we allow for here in the city of South Fulton, majority of our residents that are 65 or over do not, well, the taxes are exempt. So most of the seniors are paying zero to minimum taxes, and I have requested a report from the tax commissioner office to give me a report that details all seniors from the age of 60 and above who's receiving the exemption, the taxes that they would pay without the exemption, and the taxes they are currently paying with the exemption. So I just want to dispel that narrative that we here in the city of South Fulton don't care about our seniors, because there are other surrounding cities that do not have these exemptions, and they're making their seniors pay equally their share of taxes. And we put this in our charter to make sure that we allow for this exemption so that our seniors will pay minimum to zero property taxes here in the city of South Fulton. We also have absorbed the non-curbside service, wherein, according to my research, that service is absorbed by most cities, or isn't absorbed by most cities. It's spread out through the cost of sanitation for that service to be given to people who are disabled and seniors. here in the city of South Fulton, that cost is averaging about $4 per residential who needs that or qualifies for that service. And that's a cost that we are absorbing. We're not passing that on to seniors. So I know that this is change, but when we look at it in the grand scheme of things, overall, the sanitation cost is cheaper. I received several calls of residents want me to do something about their sanitation bill consistently increasing every year. Consistently increasing every year. You know, when we started the city, I recall most of us who have a certain vendor paying about $50-something a quarter. Then it went to 60-something a quarter. Then it went to 70-something a quarter. And it went to 80-something a quarter. And the way that we were treated during the pandemic was unconscionable. And so residents asked us to do something, and this is what we did. The only way that we can control, as Ms. Subhanan stated, the only way that we can control how we're being charged, how we're being treated, is to sanction services. And so I appreciate all of the calls and the encouragement that I received, because I haven't received anything negative. I think most residents, the calls that I received, they just wanted clarification, because there are individuals who's putting out information that's not true and that's trying to confuse and put the fear in the hearts of seniors. And I apologize to you all for that. No, we are not coming after your homes. The sanitation bill would be annual. It is $233 annually, which breaks down to $19 a month. The bill will come out in July. It will be due in 60 days. And that is, you are asked, I know the people who vote for me and who I receive overwhelmingly complaints about sanitation ask me to do something, and this is what we have done. So now, if we don't do this, then we will continue and allow the free market. Some of you all are paying $100 a month. Some of you all are paying $80 a month. There's nothing we could do about the sanitation costs increasing every year. There's nothing we could do about the vendor not picking up your trash or skipping your trash. Nothing we could do about it under the current market we have, free market. And this is why we have gone this way. I yield. I know some of my colleagues may have something to say. But if you live in District 3 and you have questions, please contact me directly. Get off next door, because most of that is misinformation. Please contact me, and please contact your council people directly, so that we can give you the facts and the truth. Thank you.
Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since we had the town hall meeting, well, first of all, I want to thank everybody that's come out today, because it is very important that that we know what you all are feeling, what you all are thinking, and your participation is very appreciated. The city is just as strong as its residents and the communication that we have. After the town hall meeting last week, I've received lots of calls. Before the town hall meeting, I had let Mr. Burkett, who works with Public Works, and he's put together this program, and I let him know if there are any calls that come into the city from District 7, please send those calls to me directly. So I have spoken to many people that were very surprised that I actually answer my own phone in the city, but yes, that's the reason that I wanted to run and I wanted to be here, to be able to address your concerns. And with an issue like this, I wanted to make sure that I personally address many of the concerns. Today, in fact, I sent out a newsletter to 1,381 people. Out of those, 280 opened the email, and in the email, I talked about the details about this sanitation program. And I also put a form, a link, where if you wanted to give me feedback, let me know what your concerns are, that you can do so. I've received one reply. Now, I've spoken to people this morning while I was preparing to come here today. And I've also, to make sure that I'm getting the right pulse on what we're doing as a city, I've talked to other council people, other legislators from other cities, and this is the consensus, or this is the feedback that I found. I found that in the city of Atlanta, they offer similar servicing as far as single source provider, and that it is billed through the tax assessor or the tax collector. Even in Jacksonville, Florida, they have the same model, and they've been collecting their fees. This is not a tax. There's a big difference between a tax and a fee. This is a fee for sanitation service. So I want to make sure that that's clear. But the tax collector, the reason that it's beneficial to use the tax collector is because he's good at collecting money. He already has the homeowners, the property owners on the tax roll. So if we went an alternate route and we decided to create a whole department, enter all the properties in and hire people and then have to establish the billing program, that would be an additional cost. And the reason that we did this, number one, is to make sure that it was cost effective for you. There are some people that had good fees, good service, and there were other people that had absorbent fees, that their trash wasn't picked up. There was a lot of, I guess what you call trash juice in a lot of neighborhoods. There's a lot of different things that were going on that we did not have a handle on. So we wanted to make sure that if we provide you the service, that we're able to deal with the provider directly. So in other cities, they provide the service, the tax collector collects the money, but the tax collector, it would cost probably about over $1,000 to actually go through the process of filing a lien, foreclosing on your house, just to collect $233. Many of the seniors that I have spoken with indicated to me that they like the idea of being able to pay things in one lump sum. Now, the bill will be issued on July the 1st. But you have 60 days, which makes it September. So from now to September, people have the ability to save for that. If you break down the cost, it's about $5 a week for trash service. And it also allows us to do other things that allow us to keep up with beautification in our city, litter control, a lot of good things. So although it may sound like, why are they doing this? Other cities do this. This is not something where we are reinventing the wheel or trying to establish any undue burden on anyone. We're doing things that are customary, that are normal, that are recommended in the state. And I just would like to ask you to give us a chance. And if you are in District 7, and even if you're in another district and can't reach one of my colleagues, I'll be glad to answer questions and assist you with that. And just one more thing. Well, I know your clock ran twice.
It did, so go ahead. If you could just wrap that up.
I'm just going to just say this last part. And also, Mr. Burkett has been so kind that when your service stops with your current provider, and you may have paid up front for the quarter, but you're not going to get a quarter's worth of service, Mr. Burkett will assist you in contacting your provider to get a prorated refund. So we are really interested in helping you. But thank you so much for your time and attention, and I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pritchett. I just have a few questions, I guess, for you, Madam City Manager, or our Finance Director. I don't know what that sound is. I'm going to move my electronic devices away from this microphone. If anyone has an electronic device by the microphone. Okay, we're back. Thank you. The collection agreement is to reimburse us for the price of this service that we are paying Waste Pro to provide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have we made the payment to Waste Pro yet? Or how does that work? How do those payments work?
Normally, the way it works is you don't make a payment until a service is provided.
Okay. So is it one annual payment or payment per month? I just wanted to understand the mechanics of what was happening.
Typically, it's payment per month. I don't pretend to have completely read everything in the agreement, but
Mr. Burkett, go.
It is normally it's monthly.
Okay. Is it all right if Mr. Burkett comes forward, or?
I'll try to answer the questions, but he can come up.
All right. And then just my final question: what is the annual amount of the contract?
Yeah, that he would have to answer.
Good evening.
It's on. You might just have to bend down and speak into it a little.
All right. Good evening. All right. The annual amount, that's the last question I heard, it's around $9 million for the total collections. And we are being invoiced at the end of each month, dependent on the number of subscribers that we have, i.e. homes that we've serviced during that time period.
All right. Thank you. And I didn't mean to put you on the hot seat, Ms. Subadan, but we had never had the answers. I had never had the answers to those questions. I want to thank everybody who has been engaged in this process, and I think I can promise, with the help of Ms. Subadan, that in the future we will be more consistent in our communication about this and other things that are happening in the city, that we will be more consistent, more what is the word? That we'll just do better. We'll do better about communicating all of the exciting changes that are coming in our city. So are you back in the queue, Councilwoman Pritchett? Oh, I'm done. I yield.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that we're clear. As far as consistency with information, I myself have held about 4 different events which Mr. Burkett has attended, where I've had 2 town halls, coffee with the cop, and the get-together where the citizens got to meet their new council person. And in all of those events, and the food truck madness. In all of those events, Mr. Burkett was available. He gave presentations to the people. He answered questions. I've sent out a mailer. I've sent out various newsletters. And there was a mailer that came out from the city that I believe all the residents should have received. And even as far as last week when we had the town hall, which I found out at the end that you were in attendance, but you were in the audience and no one knew that, we have effectively communicated to the residents that the details of this. So I understand that we want to always improve as much as we can in communicating, but I want to make sure that it is clear. I only can speak for myself. My colleagues can explain to you what they have done, but I believe that collectively we have spent a lot of time making sure that people understand what is going on. I have come on the tail end of this. This was voted on before I was elected, but when I became elected, I got engaged, got involved, and made sure that everyone understands this process. So we will continue to communicate, but we are communicating. Thank you. I yield.
All right. Councilman Reeves.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. To any constituent who feel like they have an issue with the sanitation deal, this once came up for 4 years ago when Councilmember Willis has brought this, and it did not succeed. And one of the things is we got where we have effectively come to known as not good for the constituency, that particular choose service, because one of the things that was happening was the differentials in the price. Two neighbors side by side, same service, same exact service, paying two different prices. That is and is not acceptable. So the model, when Councilmember Willis brought this back up and had support, I offered my full support, as I will never waver from this, as the two things that we use daily and cannot afford to live without is sanitation and water, and I do believe we should own those. However, sanitation is one of those things we could have worked on because we do have. And when 2 years ago in the process, we started the conversations with the community and letting them know that the service that we're currently working under is not effective and we need to move to a different model. So the model that we came up with is this one service model, and we went through the whole process and we communicated effectively through all points of communication. Even when we came to vote on it and then had these town halls, we voted on the mailer, different town halls, every council person had a town hall, I had it on my call. So I do apologize if none of y'all received or got word of the communication, or you got different communication contradicting what the facts was. So, and then they went on to, you can go on our website, the City of South Fulton website, and you'll see sanitation updates, and you can get all of the information there, and that's all of the factual information that you can have. So I stand behind this, I stand with this 100%, and will not waver from it. And so that this is the best model that we do have for the constituency, as I do believe in it, you know, one price for one city. Okay, so, and that's my stance on it, and I do believe we have effectively communicated every aspect that's factual to this sanitation deal that's possible. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I will call for the vote.
It's a roll call vote. We have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Sebastian to approve. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes. Yes. Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, thank you. Before I call the next item, or ask the clerk to call the next item, I am going to just call for a little order in the audience. I know that people have very strong opinions about what is happening now, and though there is no public comment at this time on these issues, there will be a time and place for you all to make your voices heard. However, I will speak with you after the meeting about that.
No, that's what we came here for. We ain't come for nothing else but this subject right here.
All right, I apologize. This meeting was called without public comment. We just had a town hall that had plenty of question and answer. And I apologize. All I can do is follow the agenda that we have, and there will be a time in the future for you all to make comment. But unfortunately, this is not the time.
Point of order, Mayor. Can you please call the next item on the agenda? Can we please get back to the business of the people? And the next item on the agenda is to provide sanitation assistance. Can we please discuss the next item on the agenda, please?
Okay, so we can't proceed if people talk over one another. That includes us as well as the audience. So I'm going to just ask for everyone to have a sense of decorum, and we'll get through this, and we'll continue these conversations in the coming years. Mr. Clerk, if you would please sound the next item.
Mayor, I just written And I would ask that you please, I'm not going to tolerate being threatened by anyone.
Mr. Mayor, a point of order. Chief Meadows, can you please come up to the podium and please address the quorum?
So as the council said earlier, I understand that this is a very emotional topic for people. But the public order of the meeting has to be maintained. And so making outbursts from the crowd, it cannot be tolerated. There will be a time where you all will be able to address this issue with your council people individually and in a public forum. I'm certain of it. Is that right, Mr. Mayor?
Absolutely.
So let's make sure we do things in that order, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you all so much.
All right, and just very briefly before we sound the next item, I want to acknowledge Dr. Rao, who is, are we using the speaker's queue? Okay, she just sent me a message, so I didn't see it, but let's try and use the queue. My computer is not powering up. I don't even have an extension cord up here. Go ahead, Dr. Rao.
I think my colleagues have really addressed the model and the outreach that has been done. I think it's been over 20 meetings held to talk about sanitation, but it's also, we shouldn't miss the fact that this is meant to be a comprehensive program. Since I've served in office over the 6 years, probably one of the #1 complaints I have is about litter and illegal dumping. No one has talked about the fact that the city has invested in street sweepers as well as a plan to deal with litter in the right-of-way. That's all a part of the program. So when we talk about this contract, that is not the only money being spent by the city to roll out a program to make sure we maintain a clean, beautiful city. So I just want to make that known. I don't want to rehash or repeat what my colleagues have said, but this is a much broader conversation about keeping our city clean. The sanitation is one subsection of that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 2, which requests council approval of a resolution by the city authorizing the establishment of a one-time solid waste hardship assistance program. This is sponsored by council members Willis, Gumbs, and Sebastian.
All right, before I entertain a motion, I do want to take a moment to thank the sponsors of this resolution for this last-minute addition. I think it is a critical component to acceptance of this program, and though I worry that the amount allotted is too low, I do trust Ms. Subadan, especially after the conversations that we had, that you will make sure that we have adequate funding to address everyone who is in need. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, if you will allow me to introduce this was really my hard work and labor, and how we came to this, if you will allow.
Yes, if I was going to entertain a motion and then go to discussion, but go ahead, Councilman Willis.
So after the well-attended town hall meeting, there were several residents concerned about having to pay the $233, the initial amount as early as July, due within 60 days. I did speak with Ms. Sabadan and asked her if it was a way we could prorate the cost of $233, and she did explain to me that would be complicated, and it would cause some, arrearage issues for the finances of the city, and we did not want to be incompliant with our financial policies. And so it was suggested that we consider maybe some type of sanitation assistance. Well, two of my colleagues, Councilmember Gumbs and Councilmember Sebastian, we had discussed coming up with some type of sanitation assistance early on, but we wanted to we didn't want to do it right away. After discussing the matter with Ms. Sabadan, I told her I was going to do some research on this because there are other utility assistant programs throughout Metro Atlanta. The Fulton County Action Authority, they help people with energy assistance. You have Georgia Power, who help people with electricity assistance. You have several municipalities assisting people with rental assistance. And the second thing was, well, where will we get the funding? And of course, the city did get American Rescue Funds, millions of dollars in that. And so, and the criteria to deem people eligible for sanitation assistance. And most of the assistance programs are using the HUD qualifiers to deem people assistance. So what I did was put forth a resolution and work with the legal department. And what we are going to do is establish a sanitation assistance program for only the city of South Fulton residents. It will be a one-time assistance. Ms. Sabadan will come up with the amount of monies that we need to allocate. She'll work with staff to come up with the monies that we will allocate, but it will also require certain documents to qualify, like the sanitation bill and the other documents that are required when people apply for rental assistance. And of course, yes, Ms. Sabadan will handle that. We may use a third party to administer this program on our behalf. So this is in response to some saying that the 200 initially in a short period of time may be a challenge. And so this is what we have come up with, a sanitation assistance one-time payment program for those who qualify. I move that we approve this measure, request resolution by the city authorizing the establishment of a one-time solid waste hardship assistance program.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Discussion, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. None of us on this council have launched a sanitation program before. And very few staff members here have done this before. I believe Assistant City Manager Toms, Mr. Gordon Burkett might be too, I'm not sure, but Mr. Antonio. And of course, our new interim city manager. So it means that as we were trying to work with staff to develop this program, my colleagues on council, we constantly had conversations about seniors. This has been happening for months and months and months, right? Because just like the mortgage assistance, mortgage and rent program, we are aware that there are some people who might be struck for whatever the reasons, if it's temporary, if it's permanent, whatever the reasons. So we've always felt that something needed to be done, but timing was everything, and we depended on the experts, the subject matter experts, which is staff who are advising us along the way as to what the timing of that needed to look like. I've constantly said, and I've seen the bills, when I'm having people paying $60 and others paying $154, $96. One person came up to me after last meeting and he was very happy because for 2 homes he was paying almost $300 water, right? No one is here to take anyone's home. No one is here to put a lien in anyone's house. We are working through this process, and we want to make sure that at the end of the day,
no one gets hurt. I, for one, speaking for me, J.C. Sebastian, was not going to sign on to anything, any legislation that's was going to take people's homes and all that. No, having said that, it's a bill, just like any other bill. If you don't pay it, whether it's government or private sector, they find ways of getting their money, right? But for those who really need assistance and help, this is what this piece of legislation is designed to do, for us to help people over the hump, especially for the first year. Okay, and with that, Mr. Mayor, I yield.
All right, is there any further discussion? All right, Councilman Willis.
I'm gonna, I know they don't want, they prefer to be nameless, but I am gonna specifically thank, and these are some people that weren't in my district, thank people like Ms. Marsha Steele, Mama Joyce, and Mr. Paul Baldwin for encouraging and challenging me to, you know, look into ways that we can help those. And Ms. Marsha still made it clear she can afford her sanitation, but she was more so concerned about seniors and those who could not, you know, who would have difficulties. And every day I go to sleep, I try to make sure I've made decisions to the best of my ability and make sure my conscience is clear. And so this is something we were already talking about doing. So if you all rather have it on the front end, then this is what we will look into doing. Thank you, Ms. Sabadan, for supporting us in this effort.
All right, just checking this queue for. When I spoke earlier about consistent communication, it was not to make light of all of the efforts that staff and council people have done, and myself, to have town halls and invite Mr. Burkett out to speak to various audiences at various events, various events that I held. But 4 years ago, there are 2 times that I can recall the city sending out a citywide piece of mail, though I have consistently, every year at budget time, asked for us to have a newsletter. The 2 times that we sent out mail was 4 years ago when we had this private contractor model, and we sent out a notice to all of the residents saying, pick one of these providers or you'll be fined by the city. And then the second time was 4 years later when we sent out a mailer saying, you're all gonna get trash service, new trash service on June 1st. So what I would ask in the dissemination of this program is that when the bills go out, if there could be some insert or information about this assistance program in the bill. I just want to make sure that we communicate the assistance in the same way that we send out the bills, that we cover as many people with that communication. Do you think that that is something that is possible?
We'd have to check with the tax commissioner to see if he allows a stuffer, but we can make it, if it can't be done, we can contract with somebody to do it at the same time.
Awesome, thank you so much. And with that, I will call for the vote.
So roll call, we have a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gumbs to approve. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs. Yes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
All right, and with that, I will Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been properly moved.
I move that we adjourn.
It's been properly moved and seconded already. Thank you, Dr. Rao. I'll take that as a yes from you. Let's just do a show of hands so we can expedite this. All right.
I record that as unanimous. We are adjourned at 4:23 p.m.
All right. Please call the next meeting to order.
Please remember to switch over in Novus as well. This is the work session meeting of the City of South Fulton City Mayor and City Council, Tuesday, May 9th. Roll call, the Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5.
Counter for.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
First item is Roman numeral 3, City Manager items and staff reports. The first report is the Finance Monthly Report presented by Karen Slaton-Dixon, Finance Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This afternoon, I'll be presenting the financials for March 31st, 2023. Give the city clerk a moment to pull up my slides for me. Okay, on slide 2. Okay, thanks. On slide 2, this is our general fund, and I'll give a summary of our revenues, and just want to hit some of the highlighted revenue collection. The first being other taxes, which has come in at 126%. Then we have our business and occupational tax at 95%, and then our charges for services at 174%. And so year-to-date complete, we're at 50% of our budget as of the end of March. On my next slide, we have our summary of expenditures. And so on here, you will see, I'll just hit a couple of the high departments here. We have the mayor at 43%. We have information technology at 39%. And then we have our fire administration at 35%. And I will report that our payroll expenditures have been posted to each one of the budgets. So those are up to date as of the end of March on this report. So if you want to get a copy of your budget report, you will see that those numbers have been posted. So we're also complete year-to-date 50% on our expenditures. Our next slide is our year-to-date tax revenues. And so here for 2022, we're at a 98.4% collection. West Side TAD is at 98.59%. East Side TAD is at 98.38%. And I did check that all of for the West Side, East Side TAD, this is all for the city of South Fulton, and that the county and the school have not opted to participate in this just yet. So that's all on the collection for the city of South Fulton. On our next slide, we have our year-to-date lost revenues, and you'll see for February, because they do send in these collections at least a month behind. So we were at 2.5 million in February 23, up from 2.4 million in February of 2022. So for a total collection of 13,786,252 in lost revenues. Next slide is going to be on the T-SPLOS revenues. We have the same scenario here for February of 23, 1.5 million over 1.6 million in 2022. So we're down a little bit in February of 2023 on our T-SPLOS revenues. So for a total collection of 8.7 million. On my next slide, this is a summary of your revenues and expenditures. So you'll see the same number for general fund, where revenues have come in at $87,242,844, and our expenditures, we've spent $30,501,665 as of the end of March. This is our confiscated asset, and this is actually year-to-date. So year-to-date, the city has brought in state confiscated funds of $200,192, and they spent $15,209 in travel out of the confiscated assets, and the bank balance shows $503,466.19 at the end of March. Yeah. And on our supplemental information with the American Rescue Plan, the update that I have on this is that as of May 3rd, we have did 5 payouts scheduled at $33,951.67. Of course, we have more that have come in, but this is as of the date when I prepared this report. We had sent out 5 payments as a part of the rent and mortgage assistance program. Okay. On our contracts, 25,000 or more, as of my last report, you'll see that we have Sandtown interior renovations, which was given to Piani Construction for $126,560.38, and that term is going to be from April 21st, 2023 through July 21st, 2023, with 2 renewals. And so the council approved that on March the 28th, and the notice to proceed was issued on April the 27th. The next one, we have Burdette exterior renovation, phase 2. That was given to Osprey Management for $49,187.41, and that term starts April 17, 2023. Council approved it on March the 28th, 2023, and the notice to proceed was sent out on April 24th, 2023. Then we have Burdette exterior renovation. This is phase 3. Also went to Osprey Management for $266,286.22. And this contract will go from April 17, 2023 through June 20th, 2023 with 3 renewals. And it was approved also on March the 28th, 2023 with a notice to proceed issued on April the 24th of 2023. Then we have the Wolf Creek Amphitheater LED wall replacement, and that was awarded to Media Messenger AVL for $232,42.25. And that was, contract was for March 2022, 2023, and that was due to the vendor. It was a delay in returning the agreement. And so that was approved on January 24, 2023. Notice to proceed was issued on May the 5th. Burdette interior renovations, we had phase 1, also went to Osprey Management. So Osprey Management won the award for phase 1, 2, and 3. Phase 1 is $157,832.76. That contract is running from April 17, 2023 through June 20, 2023 with 3 renewals. And the council approved that on February 28, 2023. Notice to proceed was issued on April 24, 2023. And then the last one was sidewalk improvement on Danford Road. That went to CMC Incorporated for $1,394,740, and the term starts on April the 21st, 2023. A notice to proceed was issued on April 21st, 2023. And that concludes my report for March 31st, 2023.
All right. Do you mind pulling that queue up for me? Clerk Adams, we'll just go down the line. I see your hand up, Councilwoman Gums.
Ms. Slaton-Dixon, thank you for your report. Just a few quick questions. Why hasn't the county or the Fulton County Schools, why have they opted not to participate in the TADs at this time?
That was from the, let me go back to my notes on that.
That's a negotiation. Are they gonna have to do? They don't have to. You gonna have to do that.
Has he done it?
It's a problem.
And that was per an email from the tax administrator within the accounting department. saying that he didn't think that they had agreed to participate. So I can go back to ask him why haven't they decided to participate.
Okay.
But that was as of the email that he sent to me, I want to say at the end of April.
Okay. So if it's possible, City Manager, I would like to get an update on that from, I guess, our Economic Development Director. I know that's been ongoing for some time now, and I would like to see some movement on that as well. My next question is, procurement is under your purview, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you share how many contracts are still currently pending for a notice to proceed?
Oh my gosh. I have a report here, and I want to say we have about 5 that we currently have. Plus, we have about another 10 or 11 that's actually either been sent to the department because the program manager is what we call it, to send back some information because it has to be in a set format based on what legal has worked with procurement to follow. So if that is not correct, it has to go back to that program manager, which is AKA the department.
And usually how long does it take for it to get through the pipeline? Does it 30 days?
If it's correct, if they follow the guideline, they follow the template that's been provided by legal, it goes very fast because Catherine Vernay is our kind of like our procurement expert that we go to. We send contracts. So if those RFPs in the template that she sends over, she goes right through them. And then once those are put out for RFP, once everything comes through, the same thing with the contracts. The contracts will go out immediately. And the goal is now, once something is approved by council, that night, that next morning, that's when notice to proceed and everything will go out.
So we've moved to a system, a template that is, everybody's using the same template, so everybody can't, okay.
Right.
So if they don't use the template, it doesn't get approved?
Correct. It slows the process down.
Got you. And my last question is, I know you mentioned one renovation for Wolf Creek, which was the LED TV. What about the other renovations that we approved, I believe, a few months ago? Are they pending contracts?
I see
I think they were with Osprey Management or something. It's for the amphitheater.
And I will follow up on that one. I don't see that one here on my list. So I'll make a note. Let me make sure. Because we have the LED, and then we also have with the Wolf Creek parking lot overlay stripping. So that one is actually preparing a contract for legal to review.
Okay.
That's the one.
So I thought there was some painting and furniture and things of that nature for the amphitheater once we begin the concert series.
Now, the final proposal was submitted on 5/1, which includes an additional $73,000 that went to Osprey. Correct.
Okay. All right, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Slaton-Dixon. How much was the contract? What was the total amount of the contract for the emergency repairs to Johnson Hall Road?
Let's see if that one is on my list.
Because I know it was done under the city manager's emergency powers. I just want to know the status of it and if the vendor was being paid already.
And if I make no mistake, I will have to find out. I just need to make sure I'm not getting that confused with the Johnson Road. If that's not one where it actually was like 24,500, council maybe approved, and so now it has to come back because we have several items that have to come back before council for approval for more money. So I will need to check to make sure that Johnson Road is not one of those.
Jones Road. And I was told that we know that the vendor did the work, but it was not completed because the dust abatement was not done, and that a separate procurement had to be done for that. Do you know what the status of that procurement is? Because the residents are really suffering.
Okay. And if you don't mind, if the city manager doesn't mind, I'd like to bring the purchasing officer up to explain a little bit more about it because, like I said, we do have several items that are in the pipe that we need to have brought back before council.
afternoon, City Manager and Council. I'm Keisha Dixon. And so to answer the question about Jones Road, it was approved under Tammy Sadler Jones for 24/5. I came aboard as purchasing officer around the 1st of April, and the 24/5 is under the $25,000 threshold. The Public Works submitted an invoice for an additional $4,500, and because that's over the $25,000 threshold, our legal department requested that a memo is done by Public Works asking for ratification of that payment so that council will approve that $4,500 because it is indeed over the threshold that was set in the ordinance. And so Mr. Valenzuela sent the email on yesterday, and so it's going to go on the agenda for May for you guys to approve. And as far as the dust abatement, I received 13 ITBs from Public Works, and they are in the process. Initially, we were going to try to do them on state contract, but it was requested that they were ITBs, and just recently, we've been given the approval to do it on state contract, and then they're going to be done as standby dust abatement, procurement, standby concrete, but we're going to go state contract to get the immediate work done, and those ITBs are with the program for review.
So is there any decision that has to be made by council to move forward and get the work done, or you guys will handle it?
Not right now, because when it's state contract, we're going to find a vendor that's on state contract, and then it will have to be approved by council. But the ITBs, once the selection is made, absolutely yes. Those will have to be approved. And so I had the conversation that the July agenda will have quite a few things on them based on the requests that have been submitted to us and what's going to have gotten through the solicitation process by that time.
Did you just say July? Madam City Manager, I think this work was done on the emergency powers. I just want to make that clear.
Oh, no.
Let me finish my statement. It was done on the emergency powers because the roads became impossible. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. And the last part of it was the dust abatement piece, right? Is that dust abatement piece a separate contract, and how much? What's the estimate for that cost?
And so let me clarify, Councilman Sebastian. When I said July, I was talking about the standby ITBs, not the payment for Jones Road. That $4,500 additional is going to come to the agenda for the May meeting. So once that's approved, then it can be paid. If it's approved, it can be paid. Now, the other things, we just got the approval on Monday during a conversation with our the second assistant city manager, that we could go ahead and look at state contracts. And so that's what we've been doing, looking for a vendor that provides this service under state contract.
And that will not require an act of council?
No, it is going to. Yes, it will. It's going to be a procurement through council. We'll have to ask for council's permission to use that vendor.
And so, in other words, from what I'm hearing, the dust abatement may not be done until after July?
It's a possibility. And in all honesty, Councilman Sebastian, when this was sent to me, I did ask, could we do state contracts? And there was an adamant request that we do these as ITBs.
But this dust abatement is not over $25,000, correct?
Anything that's not over $25,000, I don't know for sure yet. I don't know.
Is the Public Works Director here? Can you give us an idea what it may cost for dust abatement for those two roads, please?
I'm sorry, just point of order. I think you have to direct that first to Ms. Subadan.
Ms. Subadan, sorry. Bad habits. May I get your Public Works Director up here? Yeah. All right, thank you. So, Ms. Antonio, I want to get a sense of how much this thing would cost, because to do an emergency patching of the road and then put materials on it that people are breathing every day and tell them to wait 3-4 months for an abatement that costs less than $2,500. I'm really confused as to how and why we're doing it this way.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, residents of the City of South Fulton, Antonio Valenzuela, Public Works Director. When it comes to dust abatement, we discussed before that there's a sole source, meaning that there's a provider that has a specific formula for dust abatement. It's not calcium chloride, something that our current mayor requested a year and a half ago not to use, or to use environmental friendly materials. So we found this company that has the sole source for the application materials. So he does have a sole source. The application by itself is not sole source. So we provided a recommendation to do a program for dust abatement for the 27 gravel roads for the city of South Fulton. So the recommendation is to apply on a quarterly basis so the actual dust abatement can provide the services. So we cannot apply here and there and then it's not going to work. So he has a robust program for the 27 miles, not for specific roads. So it's an entire program to do applications throughout the year to be done every 4 months, quarterly. No, every 3 months, I'm sorry. If I'm not mistaken, it is over $100,000 for the application.
Okay. I am getting that you're saying you're establishing a program and it's going to take all the procurement process and all that stuff. But I still go back to the point that this was an emergency repair. And for Jones and Hall Road itself, it is not that much money. Why would we let the residents suffer for months and inhale dust?
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis for a point of order.
I just want to ask the city attorney, are we teetering on a discussion that maybe we need to take back in executive session on a personnel or real estate or litigation, being that it's around? I just want to make sure.
Councilman Willis, I don't think so.
Okay, you said it's okay.
So Mayor, do I get the floor back?
Yes, please.
Madam City Manager, I'll just request this. Have a look at this with staff, and I understand the major program that staff is working on in procurement. I think I get it. But to solve the immediate problem, because we put that dust on the road, we put that material down there, and it's a problem for the residents. So can we look at this and see for that specific case if we can take care of that issue sooner rather than later? Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis, it's your second time.
City Manager, I want to direct this towards you. There are several things that were put out in the community that were supposed to let this month. Let being that let out for construction, and that involves procurement. And I will talk with you offline about it, but I am very concerned that due to the exit of our leadership in that department, that I have the same concern as Mr. Sebastian, that things are not moving as it should. And also speaking with department heads, one as recent as yesterday in a meeting, that a lot of things are being held up because of procurement not moving through the process like it should. Where the breakdown is, I don't know, but procurement has been a challenge for a couple of months in the city of South Fulton. And I know that we have tried to rectify that by increasing the spending limit for the city manager to $100,000. And I thought we voted on that. Didn't we vote on that?
We did.
It was the first read? Okay, so the second read will be in May.
That's correct.
So I know that that was a request that that was made that will probably help alleviate some of the bottleneck. But we desperately need that process looked at, because department heads are saying things are not moving because of procurement. And I have the same concerns Councilmember Sebastian does. According to the public works specs that were put out, a lot of contracts were supposed to be let meaning that they're supposed to be put on the street for construction. And I just would like to have an offline meeting with you around that and ask that you just give that a little bit attention. And just to make it, my point is that we've been having these issues around procurement for months now. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the queue? All right. I do have a couple of questions. The first, the slide, Ms. Dixon, you had with the, I think it said that we were 126% for our tax collection. That doesn't mean that our total tax collection is 126%. It just means that we're ahead of schedule in our collections.
Yes, we're over. We're over our projected because our budget was 7.8 million, and so we've collected 9.8. So we've actually collected 100%, so 26% over what we projected.
Oh, so that's not just for the quarter. For the year, we're over.
Yes, as of March 31st, we're already over.
How did that happen?
I will have to take a look and see what was all involved in these other taxes, but I want to say that this is going to include like your franchise tax and things of that nature, because, you know, we do get that big check from Georgia Power in February.
Okay.
So I can get you the breakdown of the 9.8.
That would be great, but I'm glad that we are ahead of, we're over in some places and generally I think ahead of the 6-month schedule. The contract for, we led a contract for Juneteenth. We went back and forth about what we were going to do about Juneteenth, and then we led a contract. Have we had any responses for either that contract or the July concert series contract? And I don't need to know like all the people, all the details. I'm just wondering, have we gotten responses back?
Yes, I was going to find that on my list here because we did go back out. We had to take that Juneteenth one back out to, we took the Juneteenth festival. It actually, that bid closed and we actually had no bids. And so we actually had to, we have to rebid again per legal because we had no one to bid on that one. That's for the Juneteenth. The concert promotion, that one was, I want to say we had 2 who actually tried to submit, and we had to cancel that one because the winning bid did not follow the process. They submitted some information that, which one is it? Which one? You mix it up. That's the concert promotion.
My apologies. The concert promotion, we actually do have a vendor. We're going through the negotiation process of the profit sharing. And that information, we're going to meet with Dr. Cooper on Thursday with the vendor because we are negotiating how much of the profit the city will accept, will take and how much the vendor will accept. But we did select someone that he had some questions about some things that we definitely needed Dr. Cooper in on the conversation. So on Thursday, the anticipation is we'll make a decision. The contract is actually ready. It's just a matter of plugging that number in and then it'll be ready for signature. As far as Juneteenth, it was solicited out around the time I first came to. I've been in procurement since I started 3/27, but I didn't actually start the work until mid-April. That RFP for Juneteenth was out there. It had to be closed, and there was actually nobody that bid on it. So we resolicited. When we resolicited, we did get someone. We got 2 vendors. One person was in the bid when it closed, so the system kicks you out at 2 o'clock when it closed. That's to keep the integrity of the bidding process because if they'd been allowed to finish, it would have had a time after 2 o'clock for submission. The other person we evaluated this morning, and unfortunately they did not follow instructions. And because we have held firm in previous evaluations that if they did this particular thing, then that disqualified them. So Ms. Howell is aware, and there's a conversation that's going to be had, but we did the evaluation because it closed on Friday.
All right, so we had 1 bid for the July series and no valid bids for the Juneteenth series.
No, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Are we rebidding the Juneteenth series?
No.
Okay. And just, I don't know how common this is. I don't know how common this is in our city or how common it is to our process, but perhaps we could do a class or workshop on our bidding system so that people know how it works, all the things they need to do. That just might be a great little economic development sort of thing that we can do to make sure that our local vendors and our new vendors are, you know, not missing out just because they're not filling out a form correctly.
And actually, Mr. Jones, Artie, he is actually doing a class, and procurement is going to participate at the Economic Development Office on procurement, as well as there's something happening at the Southwest Arts Center. I forget the date, but it's towards the early part of June that deals with procurement. And I've asked Ms. Slaton-Dixon, could I present a proposal to her for not just procurement in-house, but conversations around procurement on the outside, since I've been there 31 business days and had the opportunity to see what some of the challenges are.
All right, if you would please get those, email those mailers to me, those flyers to me. I want to make sure that I get that out to as many people as possible. All right, and then the last question, I'm going to revisit it when we go to, do you have a city manager's report, Ms. Subidan?
Mr. Tom submitted a report for everything in April.
Okay.
And so in a week, I don't have much of a report, but I am making a list of things that I am evaluating. And I can share with you that I know there have been some discussions and there's some evaluations that have been directed. So I am following up to make sure those evaluations are happening. I'm very interested in a customer service initiative going forward. And I've heard all of you and the constituents that they cannot get through to anybody answering the phone. And so that'll be a focus in the next several weeks. And other things I've already observed, like consistency in SOPs and things like that. So I'm making an ongoing list of things that need to be developed. And also, I'd like to share with all of you that I think that the 6th anniversary should be fully celebrated, and encourage you to partner with myself and each other to see how we can celebrate the 6th anniversary and the accomplishments. And I've tasked External Affairs with creating an accomplishments document to demonstrate the things that have been done in the last 6 years.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for all of that. The reason that I segue to you, and I do see you, Councilman Gumbs, I'm going to come back. I did have this question as we are engaging vendors for Wolf Creek. I also saw something about the contracts going out late or whatever for fixing like the screens. I just wanted to know, do we have a date on which the facility will be ready, the screens, the bathrooms, all of the things that we needed to fix on our end? Do we have a date certain for when the facility will be fully online?
So what I'd like to do is prepare a report of everybody who's involved. I do have some concerns about the readiness of it, and so we will be pulling together a report and we will furnish that to the board with all of the players, everybody who's kind of has their hands in the Wolf Creek project.
Awesome. All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
So my only question is, being that the bid did not get any successful applicants for Juneteenth, are we not having Juneteenth, or we're going to combine that with the 6-year anniversary celebration? What are we doing? Is that just on hold? Or are we? Any questions?
Well, since we don't have a vendor, we're going to have to circle up and figure out what can be done and present it as potential options to you for you to see if that's going to be acceptable.
But as we speak, as of right now, we will not be having a Juneteenth.
As of right now, we don't have a vendor for
Juneteenth.
For the concert, correct.
Okay, I'm clear.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm recalling the conversations we had correctly around Juneteenth, I thought we had discussed that if Wolf having a vendor didn't work out, that we would piggyback on the mayor's suggestion of using the production of the whiz. What happened with that? I mean, I just wanted to bring the question up because
Okay,
to his credit, that was a good idea.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. You're absolutely right. It does not mean that though we don't have a vendor for Wolf Creek, it doesn't mean that we don't have anything happening during Juneteenth. We do have the 20th anniversary of True Colors Theater, and they are bringing their revival of The Wiz to Southwest Art Center. So there's also an annual quilt show that we do every year by some amazing South Fulton artists, and as well as artists throughout the diaspora on June 18th. So we do have a lot of great things still happening that weekend in the city. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So do we need to take action on that? Or? No, those things are already in the works. As far as making sure that we have a Juneteenth activity. But right now, we don't have.
Those things are already in progress.
It sounds, okay, just, let's not have too much discussion here. I think that Ms. Subadin is going to bring us back some recommendations. Does that sound good? We do have these things happening, but yes. Am I correct in that assumption, Ms. Subadin?
Yeah. And if we do need a council action, we do still have another meeting where you can take action. But in addition to the Wolf Creek report, we will have some recommendations on Juneteenth, even though we don't have a vendor right as we speak in the original plan that you directed.
I have discussion whenever you recognize me.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for a third time.
Actually, no, not on this subject.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's not the third time. This is the first time.
Go ahead,
Please correct
Councilwoman
the
Willis.
record. Thank you. Ms. Subadon, it's important to know why we got here. We got here because staff brought to us a recommendation for a vendor, sole source vendor, to pay $70,000 to that vendor to put on a Juneteenth. Not any of us on the city council felt comfortable with $70,000 being awarded to a sole source vendor to put on a Juneteenth concert. We wanted a fair solicitation to be put out. And this is why we're here. And I'm still with that stance. And so in coming back with your recommendation to this council, could you please make sure whatever the recommendation is, that it is fair, and it's not any personal favors involved, and it's a neutral selection. Thank you.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice, going thrice. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is the citizen boards and commissions meeting times and links. City Clerk and Interim City Manager would just like to report that report was provided to you via email, and it is available in your agenda package that lists the boards and commissions, when they meet, when they met last, and the department that supports that body, as well as available physical meeting locations for each boards or commission if they so choose to take advantage of that.
All right, thank you. Is that also available on the boards and commissions page of our website?
No, it is not. I'm certain we can include that somewhere on the website. Typically, the link to that board or meeting is listed in the calendar, which we encourage citizens to visit the city website. The calendar's at the bottom of the website, and any meetings that are held are located there, in addition to the meeting notice, agenda, and typically the link as well. But we can provide a synopsis of the sheet that was developed.
All right, thank you. I do think on our website there is just a page that just says boards and commissions. I think it's under the clerk's page. I don't know. I know we've been updating the website and moving it around a lot. But Ms. Subidan, do you think that we could put that schedule there for all of the boards and commissions on that website?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, any further questions, discussion? All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next item, the city manager previously gave her report, so that brings us to the Public Works monthly update. Antonio Valenzuela, Director of Department of Public Works.
Mr. Mayor, the Public Works report for this month, I would like to highlight a few projects that we were able to accomplish. And I'd like to start with Y Mill Road. The full depth reclamation on that project is completed. So we're in the process of scheduling a ribbon cut ceremony for District 5. The project on Campbellton Stone Hotel is underway. Clear and grubbing is complete. The contractor is installing drainage implementation so that we can proceed with some utility relocations and proceed to do the fillings. The next project is the city of South Fulton has issued a notice to proceed for the Downford Road sidewalks. We are in the process also of scheduling a groundbreaking ceremony for that project. When it comes to repaving and failures on some of the roads, we have completed the Hennessy Circle road repaving on District 3. I also would like to announce that the Bethsaida Road, Jonesboro Road, the signal is up and running. The 30 days permanent period has started, so we have requested additional signs, speed signs, posted speed signs from Georgia DOT as well. We've been monitoring, so that will be another signal that City of South Fulton will be handling as well. So far, it's been working, and we hope that we can prevent additional or any other accident coming down the road. And those are the primary updates for this month. And within the transportation staff report, I'd like to highlight that you have the reports and updates on transportation projects for TIS Plus and federal funded projects per district, as well as the facility report that we're doing per districts, and some updates on rights of way acquisition on the projects, our rights of way maintenance that we're doing throughout the city of South Fulton, the highlights of what we have, and with that said, I'm here to respond to any questions that you might have on this report.
Do we have any questions?
I have questions, but I will take them offline with Ms. Subidan and Mr. Valenzuela because they're extensive, and I just don't want to put both of you all on the spot, right, with you only being here a week, Ms. Subidan. So I'll be fair.
Thank you.
All right, let me just check. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is also under Public Works, litter operations update presentation. It's taking a few minutes to download, so you may want to get started. We can catch up.
Sure. While the presentation has been updated, first of all, I would like to thank you, all the employees of Public Works. They do work in a daily basis, sometimes 7 days a week, picking up litter throughout the city of South Fulton, picking up illegal dumping, and still providing our core services for the city of South Fulton. And it is our intention to do better for the city, and I'd like to start by saying that this presentation is in lieu with the City of South Fulton Ordinance 2020-010 that the city has it prohibit littering throughout the city, perhaps for vehicle loads that cause lots of litter throughout the routes. Sometimes those vehicles are not covered and they provide the litter. Sometimes in the past, solid waste trucks will be going throughout the city and they provide more litter, especially when they're closer to those transfer stations. And we are the ones that are picking up litter on those circumstances. Some violations is also the city has some under the ordinance, some terms to penalize people that are littering throughout the city. When it comes to evidence, there are many ways that we have seen it, how the city gets litter. The litter has been thrown, it's deposited, it's dropped, it's dumped from any motor vehicles and other ways of mobilization. And the city also has some littering laws that we would like to enforce more so that we can decrease littering. If we can go to the next page, please. That's the evidence, the kind of litter that we have throughout the city. Next page, please. When it comes to enforcement, all law enforcement agencies, officers, and officials are supposed to enforce litter ordinances. The city, as part of the code enforcement, is very tedious on this staff, and they're constantly penalizing and doing their part through our code enforcement. Next page, please. The types of littering. We have noticed that sometimes it's deliberate, sometimes it's negligent, and finally there's a lot of illegal dumping. As you can see on some of the roads, especially when some of the gravel roads, and sometimes in areas where we are next to other cities. I will say that not necessarily, in many cases, those are not our residents, but they do come from other sources than the city of South Fulton. Next page, please. We have identified some sources of litter. As we said, you can see it on our trash cans. As it comes from motorists, pedestrians, households, hauling, loading docks, commercial construction demolition sites, and so on. So you can see that perhaps right there, we will pick up that trash can, and then the next day will be litter again. So it's not necessarily litter, it's just illegal dumping. So those trash cans are not serving the purposes that we installed it for. Next page, please. When it comes to direct costs, this is data from 2009 National Visible Litter Survey. The data is on the millions. So we have through states, counties, municipalities, businesses, and others, and then it's a cost, a yearly cost of $11 million. The litter prevention strategies, purpose and expectations. You know, of course, we want to see the city of South Fulton that we're very proud of. We want to see a beautiful city, clean and more attractive to anybody. However, we'll try different things, and there's not a magical solution on how to combat litter. We're always picking up, but we'll continue doing it, and we want to work with our residents and others on how we can do better. Next page, please. And then we are making some recommendations to key policy changes. Perhaps requiring that all convenience stores and fast food establishments to install and maintain trash cans, trash receptacles to capture consumed materials that can be contained in the same location. At some instances, we can observe that in some shopping centers, you can see a McDonald's, a Zaxby's, a Burger King, and so on. Right after they walk out of the plaza, you can see on the next adjacent roads bags of McDonald's, bags of Zaxby's, bags of all kind of stuff. So we can contain litter within that shopping center. I think that can help a lot. Increase service centers to see the trash receptacles. We're going to be doing that. We're doing now twice a week, but sometimes it's needed. Perhaps it's once a week. We are in the process of hopefully in the next 2 to 3 weeks we should have 4 more staff that are going to be dedicated just for litter. So that should help us out to be cleaner. We also support the efforts of code enforcement, and then we like to promote a city leader hotline that allows citizens to report conditions on several areas, such as commercial or residential areas. Next page, please. Hotspots for illegal dumping. Those are the areas that we're constantly providing the services throughout the city of South Fulton. We're going to concentrate with our additional staff coming in to the city. That those are our goal is not to get the calls, not to get sick leave fix. We want to provide the services before it's uploaded on sick leave fix, before we get a request from the city manager or back to us. It's going to be our intent, and we're working more closely with code enforcement to see what we can do to install some cameras for those locations. Those cameras will be a coordination with CRA, with code enforcement, and hopefully we can capture those illegal dumpers that are constantly littering throughout the city. Next page, please. Litter collection summary throughout the city. It's about 615 bags collected per month. Total weight of litter, about 88,000 pounds per year, or 40 tons per year. Next page, please. As I mentioned before, to the 32 trash receptacles in the city of South Fulton, we are responsible for maintaining those trash cans. Currently, we pick those up twice a week. With the additional 4 staff that we'll have, we're going to increase that service. Next page. Also, it's good to note that Martha bus shelters, amenities, they have their own bus shelters. They have their own trash cans. They're installing more throughout the city of South Fulton. They are responsible for that, for maintaining those trash cans. Martha has their own contractors that maintain. They don't necessarily maintain it. It's outsourced through their own contractor. On the next page. And on the next page is the locations of those trash cans. Also, it will be good to note that street sweeping routes and schedules, we're maintaining about 100 miles sweeping, and sometimes as we're moving, our staff got much better. They know the routes, and some roads that we haven't added initially in the program, we are adding more and more. But just keep in mind that we want to keep the inlets clean. That's the purpose of street sweeping. And we want to provide the services to non-subdivision roads. If we start doing subdivision roads, we'll have to buy way more street sweepers, and we'll have to bring additional staff that will be able to maintain subdivisions. For now, we're comfortable with what we're doing. We're providing these services in lieu of what was done before. In the past, it was done only on a quarterly basis. Now we're doing in a weekly basis. Right-of-way maintenance, Briarview is the current contractor. They're picking up about 230 miles every 2 weeks. And then with the additional staff that we're going to have, we're going to be adding to the hot spots that we have. We're not going to duplicate stuff. Next page, please. If you can see here, there are some examples on when litters pick up, right-of-way maintenance pick up before and after pictures. Unfortunately, we would love to maintain in a daily basis that at that next page, please. At those on that manner, I don't think it's impossible, but we want to work with everybody to ensure that yes, we as a team and the residents of the city of South Fulton, we can do this stuff together. Next page, please. Those are samples of when the city looks cleaner and beautiful when it's done before and after pictures. And I know that altogether, public works staff, our city manager's office, our council, and residents, we all together can do better for the city and ensure that the city is much cleaner and beautiful than what it was before. With that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, Councilwoman Pritchett. All right, and if you'll bring that cue up for me, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Valenzuela, for this presentation. I just wanted to let you know that I got feedback from citizens recent as today, and they're saying that Old National is looking a lot better, that it's actually kind of looking good. So I appreciate the street sweepers. I see them myself, you know, frequently. I also think that Brightview is doing a great job. I see them like very often, you know, cutting grass on the right-of-ways, and I just like to thank you all for your efforts, the creativity in this. I think it's having an impact, and I'm hoping that it's sustainable. So thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really want to add to what my colleague, Councilman Pritchard, said on behalf of the folks in District 4 and some of the recent, you know, street sweeping, right-of-way cutting. I know there are some questions about how far into the right-of-way some of the cutting is supposed to be, right? And I know there's at least one email that came in this week around that, but I just assumed you guys would take care of that and work that out with the residents. But I really wanted to thank you. I think the job that was done on the road, I know we're off that topic, but with completing that road without closing it down, to me it was a phenomenal job by the vendor, because I went through there a couple times just to see how it was working, right? And it was basically seamless. So I'm looking forward to other roads in our city being reclaimed and full reclaimed just as that one was, and hopefully the same process will be used.
Absolutely.
As for the litter, thank you very much, and I'll continue to say, litter doesn't grow like grass. People put them there. So I'm admonishing our citizens, if you're doing this, to help us. Listen, it's your tax dollars, right? If we have to pick up behind you to try and make the city, keep the city clean, yes, it's our jobs, but try and do better not to litter on our streets or dump on our streets. So thank you again.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Gomes.
Mr. Valenzuela, thank you for your presentation. Just a few quick things. So with the street sweeper, that is primarily for highly dense areas, because I haven't quite seen them over in District 2. I might have been working, but is that only for like very high dense areas? And I know that they do not come through subdivisions. So just for the record, because I have a lot of residents ask me all the time, well, I haven't seen it, it hasn't been in my subdivision, and I have to say that. But are they just strictly for the high dense areas such as Old National or Cascade area?
It is for non-subdivision roads and for roads that have curb and gutter. So in order for us to be in compliance with MS4, we want to keep the curbs clean and only allow water to run into the inlets.
Mm-hmm.
So non-subdivision roads is like perhaps Thaxton Road, Butler Road, Cascade Road, Old National Highway, Roosevelt Highway. So in areas where you have curb and gutter, because when you don't have curb and gutter, the breeze goes away. There's nothing to sweep.
So particularly for the request that I put in today for Newborn, that would be something the street sweeper would take care of, to clean the gutters?
Unfortunately, it is a subdivision road. Then it's
no, that's similar to Thaxton. I don't think Newborn is not.
Let me look at. I received already the update,
Okay.
And then if it's not going to compromise the theme of street sweeping, we will handle it.
Okay. Yeah. One other question. I am looking forward to the dust abatement program. I do know that on a lot of the gravel roads that are in District 2, we have an increase of litter and illegal dumping. And so I definitely think if we could find a way or funds to pave some of those roads, I know that there are residents that don't want to pave. I think that will also kind of help as well. I know we've had several requests of residents in District 2, got to be clear, that want those roads paved. So I think that will also help with illegal dumping. How do we find funding for paving those small roads?
With the permit, our new city manager I just had a few words with her. We are coming up with a recommendation how to pave private roads, because it's a different approach. When I was at Fulton County, the last time that we paved a dirt road was Creel Road, was Petersburg Road. Those were the last two roads. Those were done about 20 years ago. So now in some areas, you see that a gravel road that goes through might have 3 or 4 owners only. And then the approach has to be different. So I'll be sharing with our city manager, and then we'll be able to provide a draft, perhaps ordinance on how to go about paving dirt roads.
Okay.
And granted, it's a lengthy process. Perhaps a petition might be approved very fast, but the dollar amounts to design the roads and to construct those roads. So it's going to be, water has to go up to a certain direction, and doing drainage design, it's very cost expensive, but we'll provide to you a recommendation.
All right, and my last question or comment, I know many of us on this council are like the litter police or, the patrol. And we've been waiting on cameras and things of that nature. And I know that's coming, and we're trying to coordinate with IT. But have you ever thought about a Tell on Your Neighbor program where, we can give them at least $50 if they snitch or something to help with, because this is a group effort.
Yes.
And I've seen in other, not in Georgia, but I've seen in other countries where residents can get like maybe a $50 rebate towards the end of the month if they done told on their neighbors. I definitely think that's something, we have a very active community.
Yes, we do.
And I think that might be something that, at the end of the month, maybe city manager, we can find some dollars, and if they snitch and tell, and somebody actually gets caught.
So as part of this presentation, there are some recommendations to that point as well. And you know that you passed to all the council, right, the presentation, especially on the recommendations that I would like our city attorney's team also to look at the recommendations and what can be incorporated before the second reading on the, you got under Ms. Willis, she has the next call for amending the solid waste. We went to the first reading, and it's going to the second reading. So some of those recommendations that we have are kind of similar, but we have, I think, about 2-3 new ones that it will be good to put that as part of the.
And with the American Rescue Funds, can we use any of those funds for paving or?
No. So when it comes to paving, you're talking about millions.
Paving, or even doing a rebate for the residents to get, if they tell on somebody's illegally dumping. No? Well, I guess that's
I'm not sure,
something
but
we can look
we'll
into.
work with others that have more information on that type of funding,
Just an idea.
as well as on the cameras. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I do have in the queue Councilman Sebastian as well as Dr. Rao. She's texted me, but before that, I do just want to ask a follow-up question. First of all, I don't know if it's the old Nat brother in me, but I don't know about a snitching program. Not sure that's going to go over too well, but let's have. I'm definitely open. I'm always open for conversation. But to go back to her, Councilwoman Gumb's previous point about the street sweepers. Is there any place, again, on the city's website, because I do love using the website, is there any place on the website that we could possibly publish the street sweeping schedule so people could see that it comes down their street on this day?
It should be published. If it's not, we'll make sure that it is. But it is. It should be next to the right-of-way maintenance. Our communication team has published it. But if it's not, we'll make sure that it is. We actually, since we know already the magnitude of what we're doing, we're not just publishing for 2 months. We have published up to September, so it stays right there.
Awesome. Thank you. If someone could just, I haven't seen it, if someone could just send that to me or even that link, I would love to put it in my newsletter and send it out so everybody can see it. You might even get some crowds coming to watch and applaud as it passes by.
So just keep in mind that on the schedule sometimes we're putting the week off, okay? Because if it rains, we don't sweep on Monday or Tuesday. Then we'll pick up on Wednesday what we're supposed to do on Monday.
Okay, so it's not as explicit as like Wednesday at 5, you can catch it on,
right.
you know, Cascade. Okay,
Yeah.
Would love if it was, but okay. Dr. Rao?
Yes, I want to ditto what many of my colleagues have said. We have seen noticeable improvements in the maintenance of the right-of-way, as well as I have residents who send me pictures when the street sweeper comes down their street. So thank you for that effort. I do think the aesthetics of the city are improving. I look forward to those cameras so we can address the illegal dumping, but I want to thank you and your team for a job well done. I've definitely seen improvement.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Antonio, clarify one thing for me, because I did get this question, believe it or not, from a resident. You mentioned that we only do streets with curb and gutters.
Yes, sir.
I hope that resident is watching. Resident is watching. Can you explain why we only do streets with curb and gutter? Because to quote that resident, well, that's not true, because my cousin works for City of Atlanta, and they do streets without curb and gutters.
As part of MS4, which is in essence is a very light definition to ensure that the waters that travels through the curb and gutter and enters the inlet, when the outflow is it should be a clean water.
Okay.
So any road that has curb and gutter, we're sweeping, so that when it rains, there's nothing else on the curb and gutter besides water going through it. That's the primary purpose. Yes, sir.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 5 on tonight's agenda under presentations. It's Police Asset and Forfeiture Policy Update. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis and the Police Department.
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor and colleagues, I have been working with Chief Meadows and Lieutenant Brooks for a couple of months and our city attorney. And I want to thank Lieutenant Brooks because she really did extensive research. And I asked them to come before council before bringing it to the regular council meeting for a vote to go over the changes in the confiscated asset policy. What prompted me to do this is we unfairly got targeted and talked about regarding asset forfeiture. This is a nationwide problem, and it's even addressed on the National League of Cities level. They have discussions about how we can better improve policies around this. And for state legislators to make the comment that they felt that they needed to legislate a state policy around this really bothered me, because we don't need state legislators to tell us what to do. We can govern ourselves accordingly. So I did pull that state legislation, and I did send it over to our legal department and Chief Meadows. And I went to the Department of Justice to look at some policies they had out there around confiscated asset forfeitures. And I looked at our policy, and it was quite evident there were some changes that needed to be made. And so I'll defer, if you don't mind, at this time, City Manager, if you will allow, if it's okay, for Lieutenant Brooks and Chief Meadows to present the recommended changes that they are that they have worked on for this policy. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for that, Councilwoman Willis. So when we first started up our Special Operations Division within the South Fulton Police Department, we started a narcotics unit. And our goal, because we get a lot of complaints from residents about drug activity occurring in many of our communities throughout the city, we wanted to make sure we were taking an extremely comprehensive approach as it relates to our crime fighting strategies and being able to eliminate drugs in many of our communities. And so when we implemented the narcotics unit, we also put an assets forfeiture unit in place as well. Now, much has kind of been made about the assets forfeiture laws, as you said, throughout the country, Councilwoman Willis, but we're constantly evaluating our policies in the South Fulton Police Department, and we want to make sure that we're always up to date on the latest policies. And so from the time that Lieutenant Bullock actually took over the assets forfeiture and narcotics unit, she had started working on updating the assets forfeiture policy. And I'm going to let her go through some of the changes, but I also know that some things have been made about particular cases. And it's easy to take bits and pieces of any story and put it together, but I will say this, our goal is and will always be not to just arrest offenders, not just to seize drugs, but to tear down criminal enterprises that crop up in our communities. And the biggest part of that is making sure that we take assets away from those people that are victimizing our communities. And so I'm thinking about the case in particular that you mentioned. On one occasion, we had seized drugs out of that particular van. On another occasion, we seized drugs out of that particular van. The owner of that van came in and admitted in a recorded statement that her boyfriend, who was the target of a narcotics investigation, paid off the van. And at that point, her words were that he felt obligated to be able to use the van whenever he wanted to. Well, when we ultimately seized that van, we found an assault rifle in the back of that van that had been used in a murder in Atlanta. And see, so those are the facts of that particular case. We didn't steal anybody's van. We can't just go to the courts and say, I want that stuff. That's not the way it works. We went to the district attorney's office. We filed a motion. The district attorney's office turned around and presented the facts to a judge, all of the facts that I just laid out here today. And the judge awarded that van to the South Fulton Police Department. Now, as you mentioned earlier, yes, Lieutenant Bullock has been working on the policy in an effort to upgrade it, and I'm going to let her come up because she's done a lot of work on it, and this is part of our leadership. We like for our leaders to come up and sell their own ideas. So, Lieutenant Bullock.
Chief Meadows, thank you for that explanation. And I just want to make sure that that point is driven home, that we just can't take someone's assets. There's actually a judge that must sign off on an order for us to retrieve assets. There's also a judge that must sign off on an order to tell us to dispose of assets. Am I correct? I know that, but I just want that to go on the record. And so if it's anything that's in the possession of our police department as it relates to confiscated assets, it's because a judge have signed off on it. And I'll yield at this point to allow Lieutenant Brooks to bring forth the changes that she is recommending and that I will be bringing to the council for full body approval on the end of this month.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Bullock. As Chief Meadows said, I am the lieutenant assigned to the Narcotics, Gangs, and Asset Forfeiture Division under Special Operations. I took the position over asset forfeiture in July of 2022. And the first thing that I did when I took the position is one of the biggest things I think that you should do is educate yourself on what you are taking over and the policies and procedures in place. So the first thing that I did was I set up a meeting with the Civil Forfeiture Unit with the District Attorney's Office so that I could understand exactly how the process of asset forfeiture works. I also took a 4-hour class with the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia that teaches you about the laws governing asset forfeiture and the laws that can be used for asset forfeiture. And going forward from there, I began to work on some of the changes that were necessary for our policy. And one of those things that we needed to put in place was an electronic tracking system for all of the cases that we were submitting for forfeiture to the district attorney's office. That way we had something in writing and something tangible that you could see that this is the case number, this is the date that it was done. You were able to track it through the process, so it entailed creating a Excel spreadsheet where I put the case number, the address, the offenders, what items were taken, a separate spreadsheet which also listed the guns, the currency, the vehicles, and other property that we are requesting for seizure. I put the date that the district attorney's office received it, because right now they do everything electronically, so they have a specific email. So now you have a paper trail of when you have submitted those items to the district attorney's office for the seizures. And I also made sure that I kept track of the dates that we received those dispositions from the district attorney's office. And I also went back and started creating a log for every year prior to my arrival. So I went back through every case that we have a case file on in the office from 2017 until present that is now on this electronic tracking form that we have. And then also I created a tracking system for all currency deposits from money that is awarded to us. So I have a list that has the dates that the money was awarded, the case number, the amount that was awarded to us, as well as the total deposit, because we have to pay a certain percentage out of the money that we are awarded to the district attorney's office. So I have a tracking system for starting when I took over in 2022. And as far as our policy, I sent it over to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia just to review and get some feedback on it. And I was informed that our policy was severely out of date, and it was apparent that it was written prior to the approval of the Civil Forfeiture Act of Georgia from 2015. So he referred me back to the district attorney's office to go over the policies and procedures that they have in place along with ours. So some of the things that we updated was some of the outdated verbiage that was used. We also added greater detail for things as far as guidelines for what you need to seize something. So for instance, when it comes to currency, the minimum amount is $500, but we can see something lower than that if it's something more extenuating as far as the case goes. There are specifics as far as the amount of narcotics. For instance, is typically 4 ounces or more of marijuana, 1 gram of or more of cocaine, and possession of any other illegal narcotics. But if you have a combination of other things, such as it's individually packaged, or digital scales, or packaging material, and it's less than that, 4 ounces for marijuana, we can move forward with seizure on that. So I wanted to include that into the policy. And also I wanted to update the policy that forfeiture does not just revolve around narcotics. There are about probably 20 or more state statutes that can be used for forfeiture, and that can include prostitution, sex trafficking, gambling, things of that nature. So I wanted to update our policy to reflect for that as well. And I wanted to update our policy to show that when we're out of office, because typically the asset forfeiture unit works Monday through Friday business hours. So instead of having someone on call to be called in the middle of the night, I put in place a procedure where what the officers, when they have met the requirements for this, to create a paper trail to not only notify the supervisor, but also send an email detailing the information from their case, and we will follow up on it the next day and go forward from there. And I also wanted to update the policy to include the charges that we are allowed to use for asset forfeiture. And the final recommendation that I made was, this came from the GBI as well as the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, is to have 2 separate bank accounts concerning seized funds. Have one where we could deposit funds that we have seized and are awaiting the court's disposition on, and then have a separate account where the money that we have been awarded be placed into that account, where we're able to separate that we have an account that we're spending money out of, an account that we're holding funds out of. And whenever the money is awarded to us, it's transferred to the account that we're operating out of, or when the money has to be released back to the person in the event that we have to return money, the money will be transferred to the operating account and a check be sent to that person. So those were the major things that I wanted to address with our policy, because I know that there was a lot of things that was out of date. There were a lot of things that weren't done prior to my arrival. And since then, I have implemented those changes, and we've put in for a update for pretty much the entire policy concerning asset forfeiture.
One other thing I would like to mention is that in the policy, there is an appendix, and it lists all of the state codes and statutes that are relative to state asset forfeitures. And Mrs. Subadan, just to bring you up to speed, there was some things that came about from this Smyrna investigation too that was not handled properly, and Chief Meadows was not referred to the GBI as reported by someone on this council. He actually asked the GBI to come in and do an audit on confiscated asset forfeitures and bring back any recommendations, or if they saw anything criminal, to bring back any recommendations for, you know, anybody that may have needed to be held accountable for criminal activity. And while we can't really talk about all of that right now because they're still investigated per the direction and request of our Chief Law Enforcement Officer, Chief Meadows, what I did want to do after the state legislators made the comment that they were going to put state policy in place based off of a false narrative that was put out that our police officers confiscated a van and sold it illegally, and we found that to be false, because again, anything that happens related to asset forfeitures has to be signed off by a judge, and then they have to go before the judge to prove the case for them to even get an order to confiscate asset forfeitures. I just thought that it would be good policy for us to just put something in writing, in policy, detailing how we're going to handle asset forfeitures going forward in the city of South Fulton, so that we all could be on the same page. Thank you, Chief Meadows. Thank you again.
We're not done yet. Is there anyone else in the queue? All right, I have questions. I would like to start with the Lieutenant. Thank you so much for creating this program. Or the Chief, what was our policy before this time?
Well, as she said, everything that she updated was not in the policy at that time.
How many cases of asset forfeiture have we had?
I think it was a little over 400.
There are 400 cases of asset forfeiture. And in how many of those cases were the defendants found not guilty?
So concerning the asset forfeiture, it is totally separate from the criminal case that they may have, because it is a civil case. So even if their case is dismissed through the courts, the civil case still proceeds. And then if the judge decides that that person, it was enough evidence to support that that person used illegal means to obtain items, they will go ahead and approve for the forfeiture of those items. So their criminal case is totally separate from the civil case concerning their property, such as currency, guns, and vehicles, and other property. The only thing that will be stayed during the course of a criminal investigation is the disposition concerning weapons. But anything else, they will go ahead and move forward with it, whether or not the person is found guilty or not in their criminal case.
Thank you. So do we have a number of how many of those 400 people were found not guilty?
No, we don't keep track, or at least I don't.
Okay.
Concerning the asset forfeiture side, I don't keep track of the criminal cases. I just keep track of the dispositions that we receive.
And do we have any data on how many of the asset forfeiture cases were dismissed? I asked because it did come out in the news that at least one instance, a judge had ordered items to be returned. So I'm just wondering how often that has happened in these 400 cases.
So I would have to go back and look at every single case file that we have. In some cases, the dispositions do say that a portion of the money has to be returned or a vehicle has to be returned, and that is done, well, it's under me. it's done as soon as we get that paperwork. But I would have to go back and look at every single case file, and a lot of those cases are still pending in the courts due to COVID happening, and a lot of cases are backlogged.
All right. Madam City Manager, I would be very interested in these data that I just asked about, as we've talked about earlier. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Yes, thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely.
Chief, is in what you've put together, is there a process outlined for anyone who has had any money confiscation or something like that, that once the issue is resolved, the process for them to regain that asset or that money? Or
Yes, it is. Normally, we'll get an order from the court saying, as Lieutenant Bullock said earlier, a portion of the money will be returned. That's usually done from our property and evidence section. Or if we establish the account, as she mentioned before, then we're able to do it through finance. We'll be able to do it through finance. And so that's something that we look forward to sitting down with Ms. Subadan and trying to work through.
so there's not like an application of it where the defendant or, you know, someone accused can come and say, hey, I'd like my money back.
Well, normally we'll get that from the courts. The courts will come and they'll say these funds can be released, or you have a destruction order in place that allows us to destroy something.
Thank you.
I need to go back in the queue.
Councilwoman Willis, this is your second time.
It is, and thank you. I was looking for the word. It is called a destruction order.
Right.
And that's what comes from the court to direct the law enforcement official to return or destroy the order, destroy the items that was confiscated. Chief Meadows, are you aware of any instance where you all received a destruction order or a order to return items that we have not returned?
I know of one situation where we seized an item, and I believe it was stolen from the record yard. The item was stolen from one of the record yards that we use as a vendor, and so we were not able to, but I'm certain that that was handled through our vendor's insurance carrier.
But it had nothing to do with the incident that was highlighted on the media?
No.
So, and I specifically asked and honed in on that case, and you have sent out a press release with that, that we received no destruction order or any order from the courts asking for that particular vehicle to be returned back to the individual.
Not at all.
The last question I have is, if I own a vehicle and I allow someone to borrow my vehicle and they sell drugs out of my vehicle or commit a crime with my vehicle, what is the process? You know, will you all have the right to confiscate my vehicle and not give it back?
You know, typically, Councilwoman, the way we try to do this, it's not a one-off scenario. We try to establish a nexus between drug trade and assets, right? And so if we're able to do that, even down to interviewing the, for instance, the case with the van, we interviewed her. She freely admitted that her boyfriend, who was the target of a narcotics investigation, paid off the van. Also, we know that she was arrested inside the city of Atlanta. She took possession of a weapon that was his and took the charges for it. And so all
I'm gonna stop here and just say I don't know that it is fair to be talking about a particular case and the person that we are speaking of is not present to respond.
Point of order. I have the floor. I did not relinquish the floor. If the attorney of the city attorney feels that my line of questioning is out of order or illegal, he would step in.
As the chair, my point of order to the attorney, do you think that it is wise for us to be discussing the case of an individual who is not here to respond?
I haven't heard all the factual details, but appears what I'm hearing may already be a public record, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
it is.
That means they would have been indicted to be a defendant, so it would have been public record. And I think there was some other publicity about certain items being seized that the particular person offered themselves.
In that case, Mayor, I reclaim my time.
I have issued my concern. If you all feel like you want to go ahead, please go
Yes,
forward.
I reclaim my time. Mayor, Chief, can you please continue?
So, I'm careful not to call names up here. I mean, we're dealing with scenarios, and this is happened to be a factual-based scenario. And as the city attorney said, all of what we're discussing is a matter of public record. So, but at the end of the day, we're able to establish that nexus between the drug trade and those various assets. And it's important because if we don't seize those assets, then people typically use them to, further their drug trade. And so our goal is and will always be, as I said earlier, to tear down those criminal enterprises that exist in the city of South Fulton.
And I would like, for the record, to state that I specifically used a scenario in my line of questioning, and my question was if I allowed someone to use my car and commit a crime or sell drugs, and if my car was if the law enforcement officers had a right to confiscate my car and not return it to me. My second question in line of that is, the point is if assets are in the case, you will still have to show nexus, prove your case before a judge.
Right.
And a judge, you will have to have an order before you take my car, and you will also have to have a judge order on whether or not my car is returned to me or not.
Right.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. That's all. That was my point. Again, no specific individual was mentioned, and I did use my car in the line of questioning as a scenario. Thank you.
Seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, we're at item 6 on tonight's agenda. It's the National League of Cities Service Line Program. This was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Rao, and the presentation will be done by Brian Davis, who is online.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the South Fulton City Council. I am Brian Davis with the National League of Cities Service Line Program. It's great to join all of you this evening, and so glad to have you, some of you at our recent conference in Washington, D.C. Mr. Adams, should I just share the screen here? Would that allow me to run through this very quick presentation?
No, you should be up currently. You should be able to see it.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, sir. Okay. So if you could go to the next slide. Perfect. So a lot of cities will ask, why is the National League of Cities involved in this initiative? And the main reason is that the NLC is dedicated to building better communities. And when they came to us about 15 years ago to form this partnership, they were looking at cities that had an aging infrastructure. The water and sewer lines were getting old. And it was not only affecting the city and the utility, but where the city and utility responsibility stops on those lines and the homeowner's responsibility begins, that was a very big issue. And what I mean by that is if a water or sewer line were to fail on private property, as members of the council, Mr. Mayor, you've probably had this happen before, to either to yourself or to someone that you know or care about. It can be very expensive to fix those water and sewer lines. Even more expensive to have to replace the entire line. And so what our program does is it comes in and it really relieves a lot of that stress. And ironically, in preparing for this, I looked up your 5 city goals, and this program very completely fits into 4 of those 5 goals. And I think you'll see that as I go through this. And again, this is a very quick presentation. I'm not going to go into heavy detail because it's a very simple program. But what we're trying to do is raise education and awareness of your homeowners' lateral water and sewer lines. And we're also promoting an increase in local economy, in potential plumbing mentorship program that can be used by city-based contractors for every job performed. And we also will replace any lead, which I don't think there's a lot of lead lines in South Fulton, but anytime we get in and look at a service line, if it does have lead, we will pull it up and replace it. Some of our participating cities and utilities, we have nearly 2,000 now throughout the country. We've got big ones like Los Angeles and San Diego and Phoenix, and we also have very small ones like Jerome, Arizona, that only has about 60 households. So whether you're a large city or a small city, our program is absolutely free for the city to participate in, and it's absolutely optional for the homeowner if they should choose it. I love to give case studies because it's a very simple snapshot of how we work. But in Baltimore, Maryland, the city has 143,000 water customers. To date, we have 35,671 customers covered. That means that, and when you see that number and then you see 62,805 active policies, that means that of those 35,000 homeowners, most have selected both our water and our sewer line warranty, which means if you have a stoppage of service on your water line or your sewer line, you would call us. We dispatch a city-based plumber. We pay the plumber. Your homeowner is completely held harmless, doesn't have any out-of-pocket expense, no service call charge, unless the job is over $8,500, which in 99% of the times it is not. But if it is, they're still very thankful that we saved them $8,500. And that $8,500 restarts after every job. So it's not like you have $8,500 for the year. So we have 62,805 policies. We have done 44,150 repairs in Baltimore in 6 years. We have spent $24.3 million on those homeowners in the city of Baltimore and have nearly a perfect customer satisfaction score. So I share that just to show you that some folks may say, well, do our homeowners really need this? And they absolutely do. And when something happens and their line breaks and they don't have $6,000 to fix it, this comes in very handy. And I just have a few more slides here. The challenges for homeowners are, of course, these lines are subject to the same elements that your public lines are. And I know you don't have a water department per se, but there is still ground shifting and fluctuating temperatures, and of course, tree root intrusion and corrosion. So you can't see this. It's out of sight, it's out of mind. And when that happens, homeowners are shocked to find out that this is not covered with homeowners insurance. It is a true gap. It's a true gray area where insurance doesn't cover it, and we are actually a warranty. So if you have a failed or leaky pipe, we come out, we make that repair, and now the community's saving water, the homeowner is saving lost water, and then of course the local plumber is generating revenue because they're making that repair. And again, common misconception is that the city's going to cover it. And I touched on some of this earlier, but what we're proposing is 3 different products. Really, 2 that are most popular are the sewer lateral protection and the water line. So we would send a letter on our nickel to every customer, every homeowner, I should say, in the city of South Fulton several times a year. We are fully customizable, so you will look at that letter, we'll work with you on it. It's not something that we just do on our own. I just want to make that very clear. We have, again, up to $8,500 worth of coverage per incident. We will repair, replace, depending on what needs to be done, any pipes that are not working. And then, again, the leak protection wouldn't work for you because you don't bill for your water. But we'd have no annual or lifetime limits, deductibles, service fees, or forms or paperwork of any kind. If we send a letter to you, you can go to our website, you can call us, you can fill out the piece of paper with the business reply card that is in the envelope, and you can be our customer. Again, we have a toll-free line, 24/7, 365 a year. I'm a customer. I've used it 7 times in the past 3 years. I have an old house, so it's just a no-brainer for me. A local plumber comes out. They just say, hey, we're going to fix it. They fix it. They come and tell me it's fixed. I don't even care what they do because I don't have to pay for it. And there's no pre-inspection before they do the work, and the repairs are, of course, guaranteed. And then our final slide, just to kind of recap, this is very important. We've spent over $2 billion in the past 5 years on homeowners. So your constituents that have water and sewer line issues, we've spent $2 billion on those throughout the country. We have actually over 1,500 cities participating. I'm sorry I had not updated that, but we provide free education and awareness and an innovative option for homeowners to mitigate risk of service line failures. We essentially allow citizens to future-proof their lateral line risk so they don't have to worry about these out-of-pocket expenses. And then if you go to the final slide here, that's my contact information. We have provided a contract, or it's really just a marketing agreement, to the city attorney, and that has been sent back to us, and revisions have been made and sent back to the city. What we are asking is for the ability to partner with you, and to do that, there is, again, no cost. We will actually put up $30,000 in a goodwill fund that will be paid over 3 years. So even if you have a homeowner that maybe can't afford our water line warranty, which is around $6 a month, or our sewer line warranty, which is also it's $8.49 a month. If they just can't even afford that and have a service line break, that $30,000 that we spot over the first 3 years can actually be used to make those repairs. We will hold that money in escrow, and if you have a customer that calls you and says, hey, I have a $6,000 sewer line that broke and I don't have the money to repair it, we can actually use those funds to pay a local contractor to do that. We will also donate 50 cents for every policy that is purchased by a South Fulton homeowner. So most buy both policies. So that would be $1 a month times 12. And we'll get about 20 to 25% enrollment. So that means that escrow fund that we'll set up or the Goodwill Fund could have around $100,000 to $150,000 in it per year. And that's based on the participation of your community. So that's all that I have. Again, I know these council meetings can run long, and the last thing you need is for some guy like me to talk for 2 hours. So I would love to answer any questions you have, and I really hope we have an opportunity to bring the NLC Service Line program to South Fulton.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for adhering to your presentation time limits. And thank you, Dr. Rao, for bringing this to the agenda. I will allow you the floor first.
Thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging me. I had the opportunity to learn about the NLC service program after attending the recent convention in Washington, D.C. And as you know, we are a city with aging infrastructure, and we are dependent on the city of Atlanta and Fulton County for these services. Fulton County providing the sewer and the city of Atlanta providing water to our residents. So again, I thought this was a great opportunity to educate our residents because, again, they usually find out that this is not covered by insurance when the crisis hits. So the education component is really key, I think, to making people aware of their responsibilities. And this proves to be what I feel was a cost-effective solution. If people wanted to opt in, they're not required to do it. It's a resource. And I also found out through my research that the city of Atlanta also offers this program to its citizens. So I just want to make sure we brought it to the city of South Fulton. And I want to thank Mr. Valens-Whaley for being open and listening to the presentation to find out more about this particular program.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, again, thank you, Dr. Rao. I like ending our work sessions with these. We did it last month, and this month I like ending our work sessions with these informative programs for the citizens to be availed of. And we have reached the end of our agenda. We're just a few minutes behind schedule. I think it is worth noting that we only had 2 of the 4 items that we usually have. So hopefully we can work together and keep this timeliness going. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I was just gonna, Mr. Davis, that completed the agenda item, so have a good evening.
All right, if you want to sound.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Thank you. If you want to sound the final item.
So, final item is council comments.
All right, District 1, Dr. Rao.
I want to thank, I want to acknowledge my absence in person. I'm dealing with a family matter out of town, but thank you for those who reached out and checked. Again, I'm committed to doing this work. I think the NLC presentation is something that'll be value added to our residents. Want to also encourage you to participate or check out my newsletter. We have a couple events coming up in the near future. I'm gonna have Councilwoman Gumbs talk about our upcoming event that we're co-sponsoring together at Sandtown Park. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2, Councilwoman Gumbs.
Good evening, and thank everyone for coming out and actually staying through this meeting. Definitely appreciate that, and remember to always stay engaged. Our District 2 office is partnering with District 3 and District 4, as many of you know, especially if you watch Good Morning America. This is Teacher Appreciation Week. So we will be having ice cream that will be distributed to all of the schools in our district, such as for District 2, Westlake High School, Cliftondale Elementary, and Stonewall Tell. And we hope that the teachers will enjoy it and that we support you all for the work that you have done for the students here in the city. As Councilwoman Rao mentioned, myself and her will be honoring our mothers for Mother's Day alongside with the New Georgia Project to be highlighting the Black maternal health in our communities. As you know, last month, that was one of the initiatives that we took on, was bringing awareness to Black maternal health. And we definitely think it's important. We will have food, music, and vendors on site at Sandtown Park to give messages and plenty more. So we are encouraging mothers to come out as well to learn more about the disparities in our communities of color and more of what you can do as a resident in the city of South Fulton to address Black maternal health. Also, too, Cliftondale Community Club, we met last night for its monthly meeting. We received legislative updates from State Rep Mandisha Thomas on topics such as health and equity in our community. We talked about public safety and infrastructure. We also had engineers and developers out to talk about the Westwood project on the Chattahoochee and to learn more about mixed-use development that is happening throughout the city and especially within the Cliftondale community. So we do encourage you to, again, continue to be involved and make sure that you are following all of our newsletters. There are 3 representatives for Cliftondale on this day. That is myself, Councilwoman Willis, and Councilman Sebastian. So we definitely want to continue to work together and see improvements in that area. And lastly, we have an opening for our District 2 Environmental Committee. I have also posted that in my newsletter. So there is an opening if you are an environmentalist, if you believe in our community, if you want to fight litter, if you want to fight plastic, if you want to fight whatever environmental concerns you have, please make sure you email your resume to Brandon.ease at City of South Fulton. ga.gov, and we will be vetting those applications. But I do encourage everyone to continue to stay involved and have a great evening.
District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I want to send a congratulations out to two City of South Fulton pastors. I want to congratulate Bishop Alonzo Terry on his 35th pastoral anniversary. He's Pentecostal pastor of Solid Rock Pentecostal Church here in District 3. I had an opportunity to celebrate him, and congratulations and thank you for all that you do in our community. I also want to congratulate my pastor and our City of South Fulton pastor who steps in a lot to fill in on chaplain duties, and that's Pastor Dr. Gregory Pollard. He celebrated 30 years of his pastor anniversary last Sunday, and we were able to celebrate with him. And 45 years of ministry is coming up, and also he celebrated his 60th birthday. So congratulations, and thank you for all that you do to serve the City of South Fulton and specifically District 3. We have a team job fair on May 20th. I'm working in collaboration with Commissioner Marvin Arrington. This is the 5th year we have done it, and it's right here at Walcomall Park. And what we do is invite employers to come out, and we set them up around the gym. And some of the teams they get jobs right on the spot. So we will be putting out who have confirmed, the employers that have confirmed. But if you have teenagers, I know that the summer break is approaching us. Make sure that they come out on May 20th and participate in the job fair. I want to say this is Teachers Appreciation Week, and educators are special to me, being that my mother, my grandmother, and my grandfather all retired from education of 30 years. Each of them did 30 years, and that's how they made a living, and that's how they took care of me. And I partner with Councilmember Gums and Councilmember Sebastian. This was his idea to make sure that we have our teachers deliver ice cream this week. And I hope you enjoy your treat. For me, I'm doing it in memory of my late mother, grandmother, and grandfather. We can't pay you enough for the sacrifices that you give of yourself to educate our young minds. And it's nothing rewarding to a teacher to see a former student that they have taught go on and do well. I know my mother had the pleasure of crossing paths with many nurses and doctors that she taught, and they had an opportunity to take care of her. And that was the most rewarding feeling for her as a teacher. So thank you for all that you do, and I wish I can give you more than ice cream. Talk, go on and do well. I know this is all we can afford, and I apologize that I won't be able to go to the schools that are in my district to say thank you personally. I will make sure I can do that next year, but unfortunately my schedule is conflicting on the days that the ice cream truck is making the schools, but I will see you before the school year is out. Congratulations and thank you to all the educators of this world.
District 3, Councilman Sebastian. District 4, I'm sorry, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to piggyback a little bit on Councilmember Gums and Willis, again, I just want to say that for our Teachers Appreciation Week, every week should be Teachers Appreciation Week, but this is the week that we choose to pay special attention to them. And I just want to thank our staff, Q, Brendan, and Jessica, for working on this program, putting this program together for our teachers that covers our districts 2, 3, and District 4. I want to give a special thanks to the staff here. I know in District 4, the year really got off to a roaring start. We have done so many events already and meetings and so on and so forth in District 4. I know it was a challenge keeping up with us out there in the Mighty Fourth, but thank you. You guys did a great job. The park staff who have to deliver and collect materials back and forth. Mr. Tanada, make sure I feed them well every time they come out. So, and again to Sister Jacqueline, who have to keep up with us with all of those flyers and that sort of stuff. Thank you guys very, very much. We know that it's not easy because we have 7 council members and we're all busy trying to engage with our communities, and so sometimes we do have challenges with resources, and we hope to do better in the future. But thank you guys for really keeping up with us. And just to say, there's a couple of things coming up again in District 4 later this year. I think maybe basically have a little time off, but in June we kind of kicked that off with our second Sing Fest that's coming up at Wilkerson Park of the weekend of June 23rd. And we have a few other events. So if you need to reach me, go to the website and you can email me, jc.sebastian@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. That's JACEEY.SEBASTIAN@cityofsouthfulton.gov. And finally, I wasn't here in person during our last meeting that I did virtually, so I just want to welcome our new interim city manager. I've already heard good things from some of the citizens who have engaged with you so far, so thank you for the work that you've started to put in even in 1 week, and I look forward to working with you. And again, I've said this privately, but I'm going to say it now publicly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for working with myself and Councilmember Gums as the search committee to not only get our interim city manager in place, but to continue the search for the permanent city manager who's going to run our city hopefully for a while. All right, so Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing us to work the process even slightly differently than you had the legal right to do by yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. Yes, and I do want to acknowledge Teacher Appreciation Week, and myself, along partnering with Commissioner Marvin Arrington, the administration will be providing them lunch on tomorrow, and he will be providing them ice cream. And so I appreciate him, and I appreciate all our teachers. So the teachers at Felwood Elementary will enjoy a great day as they have been all week. And 2 is, I do want to let people know the registration is still underway for Midnight Madness. That's Midnight Basketball that's coming over to Burdette Gym. And, you know, registration is underway until the 21st. First game will be at June 2nd, and that will be going on from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. And that's ages groups, particularly targeting ages 17 to 28. And also with that, we're going to be, there's going to be electrical service training as well. So those age groups as well, if they want to become an electrician, those classes under the Workforce Academy and the Parks and Recreation will be underway. It's all free. And so we do want to give people the opportunity to have a trade into our community. And that will be taking place, let me hit the dates here. It's for 7 weeks, and it's going to be starting from June 6th to July 18th. And so please look for that communication to go out. And if you know anybody who wants to register, please give them that information. And then 3 is we will be having GDOT on the Monday call coming up Monday. So if you have any questions with them, we'll have Mr. Denard on. So please tune in. And if any information that you want to know about any further information, go to www.district5mewe.org, and you'll get all of the information there. And thank you to all, and you are the best part of the city of South Fulton.
District 6, Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On May 18th, from 9 to 11 a.m. will be the District 6 Coffee with a Cop at the new Economic Development Office on Old National Highway in the LA Fitness Plaza. So please do, District 6 residents, please do come out and engage with South Fulton's finest and get any questions that you have answered around what the police are doing for us to combat speeding and some of the other issues that you have raised to my attention. They will be available to answer those questions for you directly themselves.
District 7, Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you again. And I also want to say Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. We appreciate our teachers that spend so much time with our children and help mold and guide them. Also, I'd like to remind everyone, or maybe let some people know, that we actually have an election going on right now. In House District 68, which half of District 7 and some of the other districts are located in, there is a special election for state representative to replace the late Tish Nagisi, who passed earlier this year. And this is the last week of early voting, and if you'd like to early vote, you can go to Gladys Denard Library, known as Flat Shoal Library. So early vote. I've been told that the voter count is very, very, very low. So we have to do better. We have to take this seriously because it's an important seat and we need to send the right person there. I also would like to give a shout out to my brothers from my alma mater, University of Maryland, the Brothers of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, the Chi Delta chapter, who has just celebrated 50 years of service and brotherhood. And so I'd like to affirm that friendship is essential to the soul. And thank you all for coming out this evening.
All right, I will just amplify a couple of comments. First, thank you to all of South Fulton's educators, current and retired. We do definitely have early voting going on and a special election next week. We also, our fire department has a softball team that is playing their next game, I believe is Thursday, Chief Jones, at Southside Park off of Jonesboro 285. And so please come out and cheer on our amazing fire and rescue folks. I do want to take a moment to just note the passing of some greats in our city and the celebrations of life that we've had for Jason Salter and Ojita Penn. And finally, to let you know any other updates that I have, you can find them by texting the word Fulton, Fulton, to 33777. I do want to take a moment to just celebrate our 6th anniversary and all of you who have been rocking with us for 6 years. And I did have a 6th anniversary address that I was going to release, but I'm going to wait until we have this document so that I can release that in conjunction with our accomplishments. Thank you, Madam City Manager Subadan, for working all of that out. Again, you can find information on these and other events at cityofsouthfultonga.gov or by texting for my newsletter and mobile alerts the word Fulton, Fulton, to 33777. And lastly, we have Mother's Day coming up this Sunday, and my mother is gone. I miss her every day. So if your mother is still in your life or you have a mother figure in your life, please take a moment to celebrate them. I would like to take a moment to celebrate all of the mothers on this council. all of the mothers in our constituency, and our city's new mom, Miss Subadan. Thank you for being mommy to us all. And with that, please sound the next item. South Fulton forever. Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, next item is item, I believe it's 11, City Attorney Report.
All right, I'm going to take a motion to adjourn, and all right, and I do want to ask if we could just take 2 minutes, 2 quick minutes before we start our meeting at 6:30, our zoning hearing.
I move that we convene at 6:45.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded at 6:45. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's roll call vote to adjourn the work session and reconvene at 6:45. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Gums. Yes. Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
We are adjourned at 6:29 p.m. Thank you.
Tonight's meeting to order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is the May 9th alcohol zoning public hearing for the City of South Fulton City Council. It's a roll call for tonight's meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5.
Counted for.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, I believe she'll be here shortly. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
All right, apologize for those of you all who were here. We are working on getting these meetings started on a more timely fashion. Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the first item?
First item, under residential and development, this is alcohol license rezoning, variance, and special use permit cases for public hearing only this evening. The first one is Z22-011. It's a public hearing for an application by Leonard Georgia, LLC, to rezone 17.5 acres of land located on the west side of Riverside Drive from M2 to CUP to build 62 single-family homes. This is located in District 1, and it was recommended for denial by the Planning Commission and by staff.
Mr. McClendon.
Thank you, Reginald McClendon, Interim Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. Mr. Adams read off the case, and I really don't have much more to say. This is an attempt to rezone from M2 heavy industrial to CUP community unit plan to build 62 homes, single-family homes on the west side of Riverside Drive. Staff and Planning Commission did recommend denial. I will state that staff's recommendation of denial is based on the fact that this rezoning would not comport with our future land use map. We did create an ordinance or a resolution, I believe, that would give the council the opportunity to amend the future land use map if it so desires in order for this rezoning and the future land use map to be in harmony. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. We have any speakers for or against?
We have the applicant, Ms. Michelle Battle, present. I did not receive any comments in support or opposition to this case.
All right, if you would just turn that clock to Ms. Battle, you do have 10 minutes. Just a friendly reminder, you may want to reserve the balance of your time for rebuttal. Go ahead.
Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084, here representing Lennar. We can go to the next slide. I'll just try and move through our slides quickly. As indicated, Lennar is seeking to develop the 17.5 acres of land, rezoning it from M2 to CUP to actually allow for 60 single-family detached homes. We reduced it by 2. We have met with the Sandtown Overlay District, as this property is within the Sandtown Overlay area. The intent here, again, is to develop single-family detached homes. These will be for sale units. We can go to the next slide. This is the location of the site. We are south of the intersection of Fulton Industrial and Riverside. We're also south of the Panther, and on the same side is the Panther Riverside Park Apartments. We are north of the Sandtown Crossing Public Supermarket commercial node at off of 154 and Riverside. We can go to the next slide. This shows the proposed site plan superimposed over an aerial. As you can see, again, we are south of the apartment complex where there's already a residential presence along Riverside Drive. Keep going. These are the zoning and future land use plan. The property actually has a land use designation as indicated of industrial. while the area around it actually has a mixed use designation on a significant amount of the property along that Riverside Drive corridor. This is the site plan. This site plan has been modified to address the issues that were raised during our visits with Sandtown. Initially, we had been looking potentially at a townhome community. We upgraded that to this single-family detached product. We do have amenity areas as well as the detention facilities on this site. It is a tight site, particularly with the stream buffer along the rear portion and the side of the site as shown. Go to the next slide. This is where you can see the tot lot area. We've got a tot lot, dog park, mail kiosk area, and buffers along the perimeter of the site, and some guest parking. This is the fencing that will be located along the frontage of the site. And these are some of our interior elevations. Some of the facade materials will be a mixture of textures, including hardy plank, board and batten, other fiber cementitious materials, along with brick and stone. This is the product. There will be 3 different sizes. They are 29.5 feet in width and differ in length in terms of the different types of homes that will be available. This is some of the elevations that will be are being proposed for the site. Go to the next slide. Again, this will be a mixture of brick, stone, hardy plank, shake, board and batten. Unit sizes between 1,800 and 2,500 with 4 and 5 bedrooms. We've got 2-car garages, and these units will be in the low to mid $300,000 range, and we would anticipate, initially we were looking at July of 2024. This is a smaller subdivision. However, with some of the delays that we've experienced, we were probably closer to the end of 2024, sometime in the beginning of 2025. We will be targeting young families and other young professionals who are looking for homes that are affordable in the area. One of the issues that has been raised during the Planning Commission meeting and was very interesting, as we had a vote of 4-3 on the proposed rezoning and along with the CUP change. And what you will find is that some had argued that because the property behind us had an industrial zoning designation, that there was some concerns about what might come in the future. Well, we don't have to guess about what might come in the future. What we know is this parcel, which is off of Fulton Industrial and abuts the apartment complex, is actually owned by Fulton County. Go to the next slide. You will see that the parcel that actually abuts the rear of this site that has the M designation is actually owned by Southeast Commercial LLC. And if we'll go to the next slide, you will see that that is part of the West Fulton Commerce Park facility that is currently completing its development. They are on building number 4. We'll go to the next slide. You'll see that buildings that are showing as leased have actually already been built. They are currently on building number 4, which is a 633,300 square foot cross-dock building. This is a very upscale office park or industrial park that has been developed on this site. If we go to the next slide, you'll see here how this is basically taking up all the land with the exception of the property that's owned by Fulton County that is behind this particular site off of Riverside. So we don't have to guess about what might be coming in the future. It's here. When we go to the next slide, you will see, a little blurry here and small, but they actually have a declaration of restrictive covenants on this particular park development behind it. That is because it is a very, again, upscale industrial park. If we go to the next slide, you will see that it talks about wanting to maintain the values of those who are coming into this rather upscale industrial park that is being developed. And then they also have a laundry list of prohibited uses, many of which are noxious uses, and includes a provision that they will not have anything that would cause any type of noise or other nuisance on any adjacent property owners. That's one of their covenants in and prohibited uses that is listed in their declaration of restrictive covenants. So once again, we don't have to worry or think about what might be coming. It's already there, and it is intended for large-scale industrial uses that are primarily interior in use, not noxious in any way or causing any type of nuisance, and will be generating a lot of workers that will be in the area and will be in need of housing. And we believe that this particular location provides a suitable transition off of Riverside. We know that Riverside has already been slated for mixed use along that corridor. By adding these homes, we will be able to provide some rooftops to help with the continued growth of the commercial corridor down by the public shopping center, where one would hope that we would continue to see growth and development along this corridor. If we leave the property as it currently is, that means that you've got an industrial use that could be introduced along Riverside, which quite honestly is inconsistent with what has already been proposed by the city as being appropriate, again, along this corridor of having a mixed-use commercial, retail, residential site. We also know that we are across the street from the preserve, where you all are maintaining land for recreational and environmental purposes. And so once again, having that property remain industrial simply is not appropriate. And certainly at least 3 of the members of the Planning Commission understood that and voted in favor of the rezoning and the CUP, sorry, not the CUP, but the land use amendment that we have also requested. So we are here to answer any questions that you may have with regards to this, and we respectfully request that at your next meeting that you all vote for approval of this application. Thank you.
All right, we have 1 minute and 18 seconds left on the clock. There are no speakers against this item. All right, well, at this time, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and take questions from council. Dr. Rao.
Thank you. My question really lies with Mr. McClendon. I think this may be relative to just the zoning and the future land use, why this is a denial. But it's absolutely logical that we would want to rezone it from industrial to residential to be a larger buffer between the residential areas of Sandtown. And for that reason, they have expressed support for the project as we've gone through the various meetings. So can you speak to that? I know you kind of hit on it. What does that mean? Is that a deferral? What does that look like?
Dr. Rao, what we did was we introduced we've drafted a resolution to be introduced to council that would allow council to vote to change the future land use map in order to accommodate this development. One of our duties as planners is to ensure that we are at least recommending development that's in accordance with the future land use map that council adopted when you adopted the 2021 comprehensive plan. So we really, because of the discrepancy in the land use, we really didn't have the opportunity to recommend approval on this project. But what I will say is that coming forth in the future, we are going to hope to introduce a process by which council can change land uses prior to these applications coming forward, so that staff can know whether or not council and the community would be in favor of certain types of developments on certain parcels prior to the application actually going through the process. So then we could recommend approval or denial in accordance with the changing ideas of changing communities. So I say all that to say that the reason that staff did recommend denial was because of the future land use map, but council does have the opportunity to make a change. Thank you.
And will that, Will that be on the 24th, or will this require deferral?
That will be on the 24th.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, just to be clear, the council meeting's on Wednesday, the 24th? Okay, the 23rd.
It might be the 23rd.
Yes, Tuesday the 23rd. I thought so. I was just double checking because I heard that date. Any further questions? All right, seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 2 on the printed agenda, 7Z23-003. It's a public hearing. Application by Serenity Estates LLC to rezone the property from AG1 to NUP at 4073 West Stubbs Road to build 40 single-family dwelling detached homes on 11.4 acres of land. This is located in District 4. This case was held at the April 11th zoning public hearing, and the applicant and staff are seeking deferral.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
That is correct. We are recommending deferral. Planning Commission also recommends deferral on this matter. I will state that there is some discrepancy about whether or not this parcel is in District 4 or District 2. Before it comes back to you, we will be sure to accurately denote which council district this parcel is in, but today we're asking for a deferral.
All right, is the applicant here, Mr. Adams?
I do not believe so.
All right, so the applicant is not present. Do we have any speakers against this item?
For this item, did not receive any comments in support or opposition.
Okay, so we have no speakers and no, the deferral would be made on the 23rd.
I think our process is to vote today to defer.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
For deferrals, I think Mr. McClendon indicated previously that we had to take a public vote in this meeting to defer.
Mr. McClendon, would you just mind coming to elucidate? It seems like there might be a little confusion amongst council about how we should proceed.
We can vote to defer to the next public hearing date.
All right, and with that, I will entertain that motion.
Mr. Mayor, I want to vote that we defer the project at 4073 West Stubbs Road until our next zoning hearing in June or
July?
In July.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded by the council districts disputed in question. Please call the vote, Mr. Clerk.
This is a vote to defer this item. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
This item is deferred to the July zoning public hearing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 3, Z23-004 and CV23-001. This is a public hearing, an application by WHM Chattahoochee Hills Investments, also known as Cedar Grove Village Center, to rezone a total of 66.9 acres at 7789 Cedar Grove Road, 7635 Cedar Grove Road, 0 McClure Road, and 0 McClure Road from the AG1 to MIX to build 65,670 square feet of retail commercial and 793 units of multifamily townhouse and single-family detached housing. It's located in District 4, and the staff and Planning Commission are recommending approval with conditions.
Mr. McClendon.
Thank you. This is a request to rezone from AG1 agricultural to mixed use in District 4. I will note that the 793 units of multifamily that's listed on the application is probably an estimate. There is somewhere in the range of 800 units of housing being planned on this development, but that's probably not an exact number. Staff and Planning Commission do recommend approval with conditions, and the recommended condition is that the development shall be built to the site plan presented to the Planning Commission on April 26, 2023. Said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the South Fulton zoning ordinance and any other approved conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
Yeah, I believe the applicant is present.
All right.
And then we did not receive any comments in support or opposition to this case.
All right. Please come forward. Please note the time on the clock that will be adjusted so that you can view it. You do have 10 minutes, and be mindful that you may want to reserve the balance of your time for any rebuttal that you may have.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, this is a mixed-use development on 66 acres. We've been working on this project for about 2.5 years. We have had 4 meetings now, 3 with the community, starting about a little over 2 years ago, and also a meeting with planning and zoning. I want to introduce Tom Walsh, who did the planning for us of TSW. Tom has done mixed-use developments across the country. He's very, very well known in Georgia for what he did in Woodstock. If you've been to Woodstock, it's probably the #1 example of a mixed-use downtown area in the state. He's gotten many accolades for that, and deservedly so. It's a very walkable community, which is what we're trying to create here. So I think my voice is loud enough. This is South Fulton Park.
Hey, sir, I'm sorry, you do want to use the microphone because we do have people watching online.
Thank you.
We'll bring that closer so that the cameras can capture it as well.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see this? I'm sorry. Harrison Merrill, WHM. Thank you. Merrill Trust, we own Foxhall Resort, which is right down the road. If any of you have been there, it indicates the quality of development of the Merrill Trust. We also have another couple of thousand acres in the South Fulton Parkway, or on South Fulton Parkway. We believe in this area. We think that this area is the up-and-coming area because of proximity to the airport and also the pro-development inclination of the area in terms of economic development. So this is South Fulton Parkway here, and this is Cedar Grove Road, and this is McClure Road. 66 acres, about 793 units. This color is the townhomes, the yellow or the single-family detached. The apartments are in the orange. And this is the most exciting part, which is the mixed-use development. This is intended to be a mixed-use, walkable community with 65,000 square feet of commercial and approximately 793 residential units. You need to have the number of residential units in high intensity in order to have the commercial and in order to have the walkable community. The key here is the promenade, and this is where the mixed-use portion is. We hope to end up with about 20 restaurants and retail establishments and other businesses, which will bring to the community something that they don't currently have. The restaurants are going to be critical because this is the kind of thing that keeps the young people and honestly the old people who want to give up on their residences with maintenance, old guy like me, and move to something where they don't have any maintenance. So they'll be able to walk without getting into the car every day. It should cut the trips, we think, from 10 trips a day, the average, which is what the traditional use is for traffic studies, to probably more in the neighborhood of 3 to 4, which will mean a lot less traffic for the area. But more than that, it creates something in the South Fulton corridor that it does not have, and that's a walkable mixed-use development, exciting energy, different restaurants, different retail establishments, and it'll be a draw to those who otherwise might leave the community as well as to those who are coming to the community, and that's our intention. So I'd like for Tom Walsh to speak a little bit on it. His firm did the plan, did an excellent job. We spent, what, a year and a half? Year and a half on it.
I'm Tom Walsh with TSW in Midtown, Georgia. Harrison has basically given a good overview of the project. I think the one point that I would like to make is that we do this on every project we do. We value the land, so we try to save as many trees, and we save the existing drainage systems that are on the land. So you'll note that we have a large, over, I guess close to 40% green space that we've saved. And we've saved the natural drainage system. So this is the swales where the water collection goes out. So we have more of a system. It's sort of like Ansley in downtown. I learned that from Ansley in Midtown and all over Georgia, the great projects. We did that in downtown Woodstock when we did that. So what we really want to do is create a place where people can enjoy and walk to their restaurants or to their service if there's a dry cleaner or whatever within this area, but also have great path systems, not only for this community, but for the community at large on this. So we're very excited about the project, and I don't want to talk to more. I want to answer all your questions, or Harrison does.
Thank you, Tom. So if you look at this green space, it's about 35.3%. And part of it's a natural park that we'll actually put in trails, which will be not only available to this community, but importantly to the Cedar Grove community across the street. So the connectivity will be here along the prominent corridor. This is projected to be either a traffic light or a roundabout, so there'll be easy access coming across the street. And then we have also the undisturbed area, and together they comprise about 35% of all of the space in the mixed-use community, which I will tell you for mixed-use communities, and Tom will too, very unusual to get up to 35%. So we're very excited about that for the neighborhood as well as for the mixed-use community itself. I also wanted to take a moment to introduce my son, Harrison Merrill Jr. He's my boss now. It's been very difficult the last 11 years. Be careful about making your son your boss. But Harrison will actually be working with me to carry out this development. We have met with a number of builders. Assuming that we get approval, we'll be meeting with mixed-use apartment developers, condo developers, and we are signaling to all of them, as we already have, is this is an upscale development. If you're coming into South Fulton or you're coming into South Fulton Parkway area looking for just starter homes, the lowest denominator you can, we're not interested. And we made that clear in working with Councilman Sebastian as well as Tom and I and Harrison in the development of the project. So we're happy to answer any questions that you have to any one of the three of us. And we're excited about this project. We're excited about South Fulton. We've got a total with Foxhall, which is 1,100 acres, 2,000 acres that we have on Cochran Mill Road, and this project to start it all off with this project.
All right, and we're pausing. Are there any speakers against? Seeing and hearing none, I am going to close the public hearing and open the floor to council questions. I will begin with the district representative, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Merrill and team. Can you speak a little bit towards By the way, we had 3 very popular community meetings on this project. They were very well attended. I think probably an average 40+ people. And they basically wanted to know what was coming and give an explanation as to exactly what is being proposed. And some people had questions about the traffic, as what happened as well, I think, in the Planning Commission meeting. But Cedar Grove Road and McClure Road, if we had to put density anywhere in District 4, it would be along these nodes that are right on the parkway. The people of District 4 have said a lot that they want more things in the district, but without getting a little bit of density, we are not going to get some of the things that they want there. But speak a little bit about the DRI process and the traffic improvements that were recommended out of that, which for us is like the minimum, but we have additional plans hopefully for the area.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the DRI process, as you all know, is a relatively long process, the feature of which is a traffic study. So the biggest recommendation for the study from the DRI is to do a right turn here onto South Fulton Parkway. There's already a left turn. We have talked to staff about the possibility of a traffic light here or a roundabout. McClure Road, there's been some discussion. McClure Road, by the way, ends, which is not easily seen here, ends right here. It continues to go off to the right, and adjacent to this part of the property is actually a piece of property that has a conservation easement that'll add to the park area that we already have here. So we're looking at a situation where all of the traffic that comes along Cedar Grove that is turning right, which is primarily probably 75 to 80% of the traffic, will have a right-hand turn. There's an existing left-hand turn, again, a roundabout, a connection between, which is very important to the community, the Cedar Grove community, and that is the connection between the Cedar Grove community and the mixed-use portion and the park portion of Cedar Grove Center. So I don't know if that answers all your questions, but Mr. Valenzuela, who is here, was at one of our meetings, discussed it with the group at the meeting, and we'll continue discussions with the city to make sure that the traffic is resolved in the best way that we can. In addition, we want a traffic calming device, whether that's a traffic light or it's a roundabout, where it's easy for the people who are in this area to actually walk and get to the restaurants and the other retail establishments in Cedar Grove.
And can you also speak a little bit about the parking features of the development?
Yes. Surrounding my favorite development, mixed-use development, is West Side. It's on the corner of Interstate 285 and Atlanta Road. A wonderful mixed-use development, walkable, has exactly the kinds of things that we needed and that we need here. And it actually, what they do is similar to what we've done here, is you have a parking lot, which is 2 levels, and then your condos, mixed-use portion, retail surrounds those 2 levels of parking. So actually they'll be surrounded, doesn't show it here, on all 4 sides. So the parking will be available for those who in the community who want to drive to the development, and it'll be available to those who obviously live in the development and to any of those who are coming to any of the restaurants. There's plenty of parking. It won't be an issue. And mostly the apartment developers who have looked at the south side have looked not to put in parking decks because they're more expensive, but we're going to require them here. And again, that's going to upgrade the whole development itself. You won't be able to see the parking. It'll be very unobtrusive, coming in here, and then also in back.
Thank you. And mention a couple of the community amenities, if you will.
Yes. The biggest amenity, and I think the biggest amenity that any development can have, is the park itself and the open space. That's the number one amenity. The second amenity will be a pool and community center. And one of the things we've discussed with the neighborhood, the existing neighborhood, we've met at the fire station on 2 occasions, is making the amenity such that we can have community meetings not only for this community, but also for Cedar Grove itself, the existing community, because there's really no place to meet other than the fire station. And they're great at the fire station, but it's not the best place to have a meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing and hearing none. I did just have one follow-up. I was trying to get the diagram up for people who are viewing online, and also for myself. But I love that the parking, I love that you've included a parking deck and that it is hidden. Is that on the street or in the back of the development? I'm just having trouble seeing it.
No, sir, it is, here's the street, and it's surrounded by the mixed use. So it's not on the road. You don't see it from the road. It's very cleverly disguised. If you looked at West Side, you can't even tell the parking's there until you're right on it. And then you pull between 2 buildings, and you go into the parking itself.
Awesome. Where you said South Atlanta Road?
West Side, it's 285 and Atlanta Road.
Exit 16.
It's in the south. It's in Smyrna. It's in the south west quadrant. Wonderful development.
I'm familiar with that area. I'll check. I'll chat with you afterwards. I'm trying to figure out which development it actually
Absolutely, and it also has probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 6 or 7 restaurants. So again, people don't have to leave the community itself in order to find choices to eat. They just say, okay, I'm going to walk down there to the mixed use development part, then I'll choose what restaurant I want to eat at. And that's really what we want for this. And Harrison, can you very quickly, let me show you what it's going to look like from a visual perspective. The close-up, I think, would be great. The other one would be great, too. You can bring in both. We had these renderings made, or Tom did, to show what we intend to build. In fact, let's start, if you don't mind, the overall development. This is a promenade. This is very important because this is the street. This is going back to the park. But this is the overall development itself, and you look at it in totality. Again, let's see. Here is here's McClure Road. Here's South Fulton Parkway. Here's Cedar Grove, and here is the promenade that we're talking about. And then here are the 2 decks, parking decks, surrounded, Mr. Mayor, by the mixed-use portion of the project, and that's where the restaurants will be. Then if you look, and I think this is a wonderful rendering. This is something that Tom has done almost uniquely. I've looked at dozens and dozens and dozens of mixed-use developments across the country, and you have the promenade coming into here. It's a very wide promenade. So you have restaurants that spill out into the sidewalk. The sidewalks are 18 to 20 feet, not your normal 4 to 6 feet. And then you also have, in the promenade, you have a couple of other restaurants in there so that you see and you feel when you're in this area, it's almost feeling like a little bit of a downtown or midtown. It's very attractive, very active, very walkable. A lot of energy, and those are all things that we think are important for a successful mixed-use development.
That's good. All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Those illustrations helped a lot. All right. Any further questions or comments? Seeing or hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 4 on the commercial and community development. It's a public hearing Z23-006. Ordinance to rezone property at 2601 Flash Hills Road from Sub A and AG1 to R4 and for a special use permit for a church or other facility for religious organizations worship at the same property. It's located in District 6 and the staff and planning commission recommend approval.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
All right, this is an ordinance to rezone property at 2601 Flat Shoals Road. This parcel has 2 different zoning designations on it, but it's one parcel. It has Sub-A zoning, which is one of our inactive zoning districts in the city of South Fulton, and it also has AG1 agricultural zoning. The actual structure sits in the AG1 area, I believe. It is a request to rezone to the R4 single-family zoning district in order to then grant a special use permit for a church or other religious organization facility. I will state that items number 4 and 5 are for the same property in the same purpose, but one request is a request to rezone, the other request is a request for a special use permit. So those 2 items have to have separate public hearings. But for item number 4, staff recommends approval. Planning Commission also recommends approval.
All right. Any speakers for or against?
Yes, actually we received 1 speaker's card in opposition, and we did not receive any in support.
Is the applicant available?
No.
All right. Is there anyone that wants to speak for this? All right. Seeing and hearing none, we will go with the speaker against.
As you approach the mic, please state your name, address, and the district you reside in. Thank you.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle, District 6. Let's go back and review the problems that we have had. See, people here are smarter than you give them credit for. Now, when we had single-family homes, I thought it was ironclad tight. We said you couldn't have no more than 4 related people in a house, lolly-da, lolly this, lolly that. Look at what we're doing. You're wanting to purposely zone a property residential that you have no intention whatsoever for it to be residential. All of these things are appropriate the way they were. Let's look at the discontinued zoning, Sub-A. That's 1 house on a property. That is AG1. It is totally appropriate to have this entire property zoned AG1. Look at your next case. It's a use permit. Look at the zoning, AG1. Look at all the churches that you have in the area that you've dealt with on zoning. They're AG1 with special use permits. You know somebody's going to get smart if this happens? Oh, well, you know, I got a church here. I can bring in immigrants and refugees, let them live here. I can open a weekend hotel. They're going to figure out a way to manipulate what we have done for their own purpose. Stop it. We'll come here now and then run to the state legislator. Oh, we got these pad splits here. We need your help. We need some legislation to get rid of this. Stop making things worse than what they have to be. It is already mostly AG1. You zone the entire property AG1, and you allow the use permit for the church. Let's not go through this to where someone can come and fool you or fool us and do something that is going to be detrimental to this area. Think about all the pad splits that we see in every community in this city. Let's not make things worse than what they need to be. It is a church there, all well and good. That's not the issue. Let them come. We probably need it. The zoning is the issue. You would not zone residential and then put a store there. We got that problem already. People in the middle subdivision, well, I want to open up and sell this. I want to, go back and take this property and use this for my restaurant or whatever. Let's not make dumb decisions. It is consistent that mostly every church in this city exists on an AG1 property with a use permit for a church. And that's what this one needs to be.
Thank you, Mr. Venable. With that, I will close the public hearing and open the floor for questions from council. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Why are we rezoning it for a church? Does anyone know? Because that is typically how it happens. Is if it's AG1, they just get a special permit. And I didn't even think they needed a permit for a church. I thought I'm just confused.
They do need a permit for a church. The reason the recommendation was to rezone to R4 is because that is the zoning designation that's consistent with the surrounding properties.
But do we have to rezone it? I mean, if it's for a religious organization, that is correct. That it is on, most of our religious organizations are on AG1 property. So why can't we just approve a special permit for religious?
Because the property is not just zone AG1, it's also zone sub A. The sub A zoning district is an inactive zoning district, so it does not allow for any special use permits. And it doesn't allow for any property to be rezoned into that district. So in order for us to grant a special use permit, we had to rezone the property out of its current condition into an active zoning district, which would then allow us to grant a special use permit.
Is AG1 an active zoning?
It is.
So did we have to rezone it to, is that something, can we just zone it to AG1?
If that wasn't the request was to rezone it to R4. And R4 is consistent with the community.
But can we zone it to AG1 if we wanted to? We could just rezone the whole parcel to AG1 and grant a special use permit for religious organization.
I would have to look and see if the lot met the restraints of the minimums for AG1. I'm not sure if it does, and I didn't study that particular piece, so I'm not sure. But at any rate, we would have to start the process over from the beginning in order to rezone it to AG1. But it is a possibility. I would at least assume.
I'm just, if I could just hop in and just ask a follow-up question. It's because this was initiated by the applicant, are you suggesting that perhaps the district representative meet with the applicant to see if they are interested in applying for an AG1 rezoning versus an R4 rezoning?
So point of order. Staff is a development, and that might be something more appropriate for staff. to do instead of the district person meeting with a developer regarding rezoning. That might be more, I mean, and then it's up to the district person to talk with staff and let them do that. We can get in trouble for that.
A point taken. Could the applicant apply? I'm just going back to what you said. You said the applicant applied for this R4 zoning, and they're not here tonight.
Well, I will make a quick point about that. This rezoning and the request for a special use permit are based on a staff presented ordinance, or two staff presented ordinances. There's a very long backstory to that, but to try to make it short, the applicant did, the landowner did present an application that was going through the process. When I took over the department and I got into the applications, I realized that it was technically incorrect. So in order for them to not have to go back to the beginning of the process and do the re-notification process of sending out letters in a mile radius, the solution that I offered to them is that staff would present this on their behalf. But we could revisit it if that was the will of council.
All right. Well, I mean, it does sound like there have been some concerns expressed, and luckily we are not voting on this tonight. So I will trust that all interested parties will be communicating with you about how to resolve this. Any other comments? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
So, Ms. McClendon, do we have to have the public hearing for the, okay. Item 5 is public hearing U23-005, ordinance for a special use permit for churches and other facilities for religious organizations, worship pursuant to Code Section 207-06 for property located at 2601 Flat Shoals Road, District 6.
Thank you. This is the same property, and again, staff and Planning Commission recommend approval.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any speakers for or against?
No speakers for or against.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Do we have any further questions or comments from council? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 6. Item 6, U23-003. It's a public hearing application by Elizabeth Olalude. Pardon me if I pronounced that incorrectly. For a special use permit for a church or other facility for religious organizations worshiping at 2300 Sheriff Road, Zone AG1, and this is located in District 6, and the staff recommends approval.
Mr. McClendon.
Thank you. This is a special use permit application for a church or religious facility at 2300 Sheriff Road. It is zoned AG1 agricultural. Staff recommends approval and Planning Commission recommends approval.
All right. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
Yes, the applicant is present, and we did receive 2 cards in support. And Mr. Venable, are you support or opposition? So, okay. We received 3 public speakers in addition to the applicant.
All right, let's begin with the applicant.
Please state your name and address, please, as you approach the mic.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Olalude. I live in 8167. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. 8167 Spring Court, Riverdale, Georgia. I believe that New World Spiritual Ministry, that's the name of our church, can be a positive impact on the community of South Fulton that we want to move to. We are currently we're in Forest Park, and the place is a little bit smaller for us now. and we want somewhere that can be ours because we have these outreach programs that we do. We donate clothes, collect clothing for shelters. We also donate food for the less privileged. We also do outreach in the community that we are in, and also we do give monetary donations to people that are in need. At this time, you know, since the COVID, there's a lot of people that needed help, and we do as much as we can, all the members of the church, and also we kind of do, we just out there to help our community in everything that we can do, whatever that needed to be done in our community, we get involved and we kind of help out. So and that's what we're gonna bring to South Fulton, to 2300 Sheriff Road. Thank you.
I have two comments in support. Vincent Nebo and Adrena White.
Hello, my name is Adrena White. I live at 5644 Denson Boulevard in Morrow, Georgia. I currently attend New World Spiritual Ministry. I'm one of the leaders over the welfare ministry, where we go out, we feed the homeless, we give them clothing and any necessities that we think that they might need while they're out. This winter, we just brought a couple of pictures to show what we did this last winter. We went out, we gave clothing to those who were homeless. We gave food to those who were homeless. And right now we're in a storefront facility and we don't have too much storage room. People want to give to the church so that we can, enlarge this project, but we don't have anywhere to store all of the stuff that people want to give us. And so having this new location, this would help us to have a pantry for food, clothing, any necessities that people might need. And so I've been at the church for about 2.5 years now. I used to attend World Changers Ministry, but for this church right here, for me personally, I have seen so much growth in our church as far as how people, how the church, and as far as the leader reach out. He leads by example. When he reaches into his pocket and gives up a person that is in need money, that touches everybody in the congregation, and we all come together and give. So just like our church administrative Elizabeth mentioned, we're here to make an impact in the community. We're here to help people, and we just want to have a place that we can call our own home. Right now, we're paying 2 mortgages, and it's kind of getting tough now. And so this will really help us to relieve some of our money so that we can do more. Thank you.
Mr. Nebo, did you want to?
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Vince Nebo. I live in Ellenwood, but my family live next door to the property. I'm so glad to be here. Well, she has said a lot of things I want to say, but I'm going to put it this way. There's a room for church service in the communities. We need it bad. We have brothers and sisters. They're under the bridge, starving, no clothes. It kills me every day I see it. And we have made a lot of impact, but we need to do more because it's too many people that needs God's help. And one thing she didn't say, that we do what we call spiritual awareness. If you are lost and need a place to stay, we provide that for you and provide you some sort of spiritual guidance. Make sure you come and worship and know who God is. That's very important to us. Thank you.
The last speaker is Mr. Michael Venable.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montilly Circle. I think as always, you know, I'm probably one of the fewer people who look at the business, the regulatory, the concepts of pure zoning that need to be addressed. I think this is probably a wonderful mission. There's no concern with that. But it is the same way that when we have businesses come into new storefronts, we always talk about, okay, you've got to fix this up. We've got to take care of the grass, you've got to put in the landscaping, you've got to do these community beautification projects for it. When we get this use permit, this should bring this property into the Old National Overlay District. Therefore, there should be some landscaping. Typically, when you get a use permit like that, you're required to put sidewalks in the frontage of your building. My concern is, let's not make sure that this does not get out of control. If you look at your paperwork from this case, you've got to connect to the sewer. You've got to have the water thing. These are standard things. We're talking about operating a church and essentially a house. Unless some modifications are made, the amount of people in there may not fit. I think it's admirable that we're talking about having storage for clothing and food. But then when you talk about all these things and you look at the footprint of the building, it should raise some questions. Because I don't want this to turn into that there are a lot of storage things out in the property, you know, in the backs and sides. Not saying that it'll happen, but there's got to be planning for this. I don't want the fire department to come in and say, okay, y'all got too many people in here. This is a fire hazard. I am not against the use. I think it's admirable to go forward to, but I think we've got to keep an eye on all the things that go with it, from compliance and regulatory and things that should be added to that to make sure that is happening and that we don't start something that we overburden code enforcement with, or we overburden our fire department with, or we overburden, you know, any type of other agency in there to go forward with that one. I am, this when they said, was you for or against? No, it's not about that. I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure that all the rules are followed and that we know that now, so it's not a big rigmarole in case something goes wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Venable. Does he have this minute and 35 for rebuttal? All right, go ahead, sir.
I wanted to also address the person that is opposing what we're doing. It's not that we are just now starting up. Our church has been in church service for over seven years. And we know about the rules and regulations. We know about the fire marshals. We don't hold church. We don't do church where we breaking rules. And so what we want to do, that's the reason why we're here, to get it zoned so that we can hold church, because the person that had that property before, there was a church there, but they didn't come here to get it zoned as a church. They just had it as a church. And so we thought it was already zoned as a church, but when we found out that it wasn't, that's why we came here. So we don't come here to break any rules. We didn't come here to do anything that's not going to be presentable. We represent God. We represent God, and God, the way God does things, He does things in excellence and in order. And so that's not our purpose. That's what I wanted to say.
I'm sorry, I had to finish up. We still got some time. again, she said everything I wanted to say, but I'm going to add a couple more to it. The property already zoned agriculture, whatever that means. And a church has been in existence in that building. We just walked into an existing church, but we had to do the right papers. And that area is a deserted area. Every time you come there, you see people laying in there drunk or sick or any type of thing that's going on. We always pick them up, help them out. So we're here to help because these are our brothers and sisters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing now. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the new alcohol licenses for consideration. The first is the public hearing for Gaucher's Tapas Bar, LLC, doing business as Gaucher's Tapas Bar, for an alcohol license for the consumption sale of wine, beer, and distilled beverages at 5829 Campbellton Road, Suite 116, Atlanta, Georgia 30331. This is located in District 1. Police?
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The application for the Gaucher's Tapas Bar, LLC, doing business as Gaucher's Tapas Bar, located at 5829 Campbellton Road, Suite 116, has met all the legal requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This location is new. There was no previous approved alcohol license for this location. A public safety plan was submitted and approved. Staff recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
No, sir, we did not receive any in support or opposition.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone? Is there one? There is not. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will open the floor to questions or comments. Beginning with the district representative, I believe this is in District 1. Councilwoman Rao. Dr.
Correct.
Rao, did you have anything?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm familiar with the owner. Of course, they have another business in District 1, so I look forward to welcoming them to their second location.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, seeing and hearing no other comments, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 8. It's a public hearing for Imperial Distributors Georgia Incorporated, doing business as Imperial Distributors Georgia, for an alcohol license for the wholesale of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 3926 Shirley Drive, Southwest, South Fulton, Georgia 30336. This is located in District 1. Lieutenant Esprit.
The application for Imperial Distributors Georgia INC, doing business as Imperial Distributors Georgia, located at 3926 Shirley Drive, Southwest, has met all the legal requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This is a new location. There was no previous alcohol license approved for this location. And it is going to be operated as a wholesale, which would not be open to the public. And staff recommendation is for approval.
All right, do we have any speakers for or against?
We did not receive any speaker cards, support or
I'm going to
opposition.
open the floor, or open the hearing, public hearing. If there are any speakers for or against, you can make yourselves known now. The applicant is here or not here?
It's present. The applicant is present.
All right. Did you want to speak? I mean, you don't have to. We just, okay. She's good then. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open this up for any questions or comments. Again, beginning with the district representative, Dr. Rao, did you have any?
I have no further questions. She, in her presentation, noted that it's not open to the public, so I don't have any additional.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
alcohol wholesale if it's not open to the public?
They would be shipping out to different companies.
Okay, different companies like liquor stores and stuff.
Correct.
So you got to
Yes,
have
ma'am.
you got to have a license?
Yes, to be able to store alcohol at the location.
Okay.
Right.
All right, are there any further questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the final item.
The last item on tonight's agenda is item 9, gas stations, convenience, and liquor stores. A public hearing for Fulton BP Incorporated, doing business as Fulton BP Incorporated, for a transfer of alcohol license for the retail sales of beer and wine beverages at 4335 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331. This is located in District 1. Lieutenant Esprit.
The application for the Fulton BP Inc., doing business as Fulton BP, located at 4335 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, has met all the legal requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This location previously held an alcohol license, and staff recommendation is for approval, and as well as a public safety plan has been submitted and approved.
All right, is the applicant present?
Yes.
We'll
the
have you
applicant
go
is
ahead and
present.
come forward. Do we have any speakers for or against?
We did not receive any comments in support or opposition.
All right, I will have the applicant come forward. Please note that the clock has 10 minutes. You do not have to use all of those 10 minutes, but you may, should you find yourself using that amount of time, want to reserve the balance for any rebuttal.
Hello, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, who's up?
State your name and address, please.
My name is Sefali Chinara, 1037 Pearl Miss Drive, Lilburn, Georgia. It's a business that will be acquired. We have several other gas stations in different counties as well. It used to sell alcohol as a part of the business, the convenience store. There's no sales of alcohol, but we would like to sell beer and alcohol beverages in the store. So my name is Shazib Chinara. I also reside at 1037 Pearl Miss Drive, Lilburn, Georgia. I will be managing the location 4335 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Like he mentioned, it already had an alcohol license previously, but also another thing that's big over there in that area, if you're familiar with that area, is public safety. I'm shocked at how clean the city of South Fulton has made that area now. But also as businesses, we try to keep it clean. All of the officers in the area know how clean that store is. We have no issues whatsoever following code enforcement, following the law. Our registers have scanners to scan IDs to make sure there's no underage sale of alcohol to prevent that. And we have no citation whatsoever regarding alcohol. I believe that would be it.
All right. There are no speakers against. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open the floor to council if they have any questions. All right. See.
I have questions, Mayor.
Go ahead, Dr. Rao.
Mayor, while I know this has existing liquor license, what are you doing? Like you said, we worked really hard to clean up Fulton Industrial. It is a priority for me. Do you have any plans for further enhancement, landscaping, anything to the store?
So we already have signs posted for no soliciting, trespassing, and all the signs are already up. I don't know if you're aware of the location that I'm talking about, but for 25 years, the landlord was operating the store. The restrooms were outside, which is, I believe, a grave, unsafe environment there. We're already working on pulling the restroom in for safety of people when anyone, even if I were to use a restroom outside, I would feel unsafe versus inside the store. A lot of things can happen when the customer goes and tries to use the restroom outside. So those are one of the few things you'll see. The building being from a little old wooden to, you'll see actually we're making stucco. We're going to change the building layout to have stucco outside. We're also working closely with code enforcement to keep the property clean overall. Officer Reed is who I've been working with. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that. I'm glad as the new owner, you're looking to enhance what's there. Like you noted, there's been so much progress made in this area. And I also want to thank Chief Meadows and his staff for working diligently to make sure we clean up the perception and the reality of Fulton Industrial. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are there any further questions? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, I believe we have reached the end of our agenda. I will entertain a motion to go into executive session or just adjourn.
I motion to adjourn and go into executive session for real estate, personnel, or litigation.
Okay, we just do one though. We're going to go into executive session or adjourn. So we're just adjourning.
Personnel and litigation and real estate.
Okay, there is a motion to go into executive session.
I said a motion to adjourn and, no?
No.
Yeah, okay, a motion to go into executive session for personnel and litigation and real estate.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes. Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. Councilmember Pritchett. We are recessed for executive session at 8:04 p.m. Thank you.
with us. Technically, we're good. Mr. Clerk, Councilman Pritchard, would you just have our city attorney make his way in here? Thank you. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Submit a motion to reconvene.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor? Mr. Clerk, would you just take the roll call real quick?
Councilman Morale? Reconvene?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilman Maurice?
Aye.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown? Yes. We are reconvened at 10:13 p.m.
All right, thank you. City Attorney Hyman, were there any discussions for which we need to take action now?
Mayor, the items that appear on the agenda in terms of city attorney report, that's not my role, that's the clerk's role. So that's why I always indicate that.
Okay, well, Mr. Clerk, were there any items discussed in executive session for which we need to take action?
No, there were no formal actions that require a public vote.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the vote?
Roll call vote to adjourn. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilman Reeves.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown. Councilmember Pritchett. We are adjourned at 10:14 p.m. Have a good evening.